Today's date is September the 7th,
Yes.
1984. That's all right. We're going to start over. Okay. All right. You want to give me your full legal maiden name?
Roberta Irene Fleeman.
Okay. And what day were you born on? Your birthday.
August the 26th, 1909.
Okay. And your place of birth, were you born in a hospital or a home?
I was born in my home.
And what was the address there? Do you remember that?
I don't remember right now.
Okay. And what city was that in?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay. And do you remember the name of the doctor that delivered you?
Dr. Marcella.
And do you remember his first name?
No, I don't.
Okay, do you remember any of the details of your birth, whether your mother had told you if there were any problems or if it was an easy birth or a difficult birth?
She had a very, very hard time, and I was born with what they call a veil over your body.
What was that?
It's what sailors used to give quite a bit of money for. It was supposed to bring good luck. And that's what I was born under, a veil, they call
Huh. Okay. And why did your mom have such a difficult time?
it. Well, she had difficult time with each birth the same.
What were your parents' full names and their places of birth?
My father was Robert Norman, no, Robert Franklin Fleeman,
Huh? And where was he
and
born?
he was born in Eugene, Oregon.
Okay, and your mother?
My mother's name was Lizzie Empty. She was born in Bedfordshire, England.
And if you can, just give me a brief history of each of your parents' lives. Wait a second. Do you remember any of the family circumstances that were happening at the time of your birth? For example, was it a happy time for your parents?
Yes, they had gone from Utah to Portland, Oregon to visit my father's people. And my father's people all lived in Oregon. And they went up there for a visit.
Was that in Portland?
Yes.
Okay. How long after your parents arrived did she give birth to you?
I don't exactly know. She was pregnant before she got.
She knew she was going to have you when she went there?
Yes,
Oh, she did?
she was pregnant.
Oh, okay. Didn't that scare her that she was going to have the baby and be traveling on
No, I
vacation?
think they went on the train, so it wasn't too bad a journey.
Oh. Did Now, who did your parents name you after?
They named me after a woman that worked for her, named Irene, and Roberta was the family name after my father, Robert.
Was it your mother or your father that named you?
I think it was both of them picked up for me.
And when your mother first saw you, did she ever tell you what she said about you? Are you a pretty baby or a fat baby or a bald-headed baby?
No, she never did mention it.
Oh,
No,
okay. Did your father ever mention anything about you? Any comments when you were born?
no. Only they said I had awful big toes. Uh-huh.
Did you have any older brothers and sisters at the time?
Yes, I had two older sisters.
Okay, and did they ever mention anything to you in later years about what you looked like when you were a baby?
No,
Okay, did your mother ever say what type of personality you had as a baby?
I think I had a very nice personality. We never cried much.
You weren't a bally baby,
No,
huh? Okay. And did your parents ever tell you what your first words were when you were a baby growing up?
no, they never did.
All right, pick an age that best describes yourself and tell me what you looked like and what your hair color was like, how tall you were, what your weight was like. Just pick any childhood age. Tell me what age that would be.
When I was about I was just about 8 years old, and I was blonde-headed. I still looked like the little Dutch boy on the Dutch paint. And my mother used to dress me mostly in blue so that I could, I had very pretty blue eyes, and it used to emphasize the color because it brought out the blue in my eyes, and I just always wore blue.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, what other things do you remember best about yourself as a child?
Oh, I remember I was kind of like a tomboy, and I liked to bolt, jump over fences, and one time I playing with a boy next door, a Dutch boy that lived in Ogden with us, and I bolted over his fence. It was one of those iron fences that have the little rolled edges on it, and I come right down in the middle of it. And I thought I'd killed myself, but I survived it. But it hurt for a while. I could hardly walk.
Now that you said that was in Ogden?
Yes,
Ogden where?
Ogden, Utah.
Oh. All right. Tell me, do you remember any stories of your childhood that others have told you about what you did as a child?
Well, my sisters always told me that I have a picture at home that is me when I was just a little thing about 2 years old, and I was playing outside the house with a spoon and a bucket with the dirt, and they always told me that I ate worms.
Did you?
But no, I didn't.
Uh, Describe for me, if you can remember, the first home that you remember where you lived as a child and where it was located. Tell me what it looked like.
I remember when I was 2 years old, we moved to a place in Ogden, Utah, on 13th and Jefferson, and it was in a horrible snowstorm. And my father carried the baby and me, and my mother walked in back of him with the two girls holding onto her coat. And we walked through, must have been pretty near 3 blocks to get to the house. And it was what they call a tent house. It had a wooden floor and wooden sides up part way, and then it had a tent roof because he was building a big house on the other lot on 13th on Jefferson. And I remember that as well as it was today.
And you said it was a tent house. Wasn't it pretty cold there in the wintertime?
No, it was very warm. We had a big wood cook stove. That's what they used in those days. And it was quite warm. But the next year, my father kind of put a top on it as well as just the bottom.
You said he was building a house?
Yes, he was a builder.
Okay, and how far away was your house from the tent house?
It was like it would be in a backyard. We owned the whole corner. It was 3 lots.
How long did it take him to build that house for you?
Well, we lived in this here house a whole year, the tent house, and then the next year we was able to move in the big house.
And describe your new house. What was that like when you got to move into the new big
Oh, it
house?
was a lovely, uh, we thought it was a real big house, but now when I look back, wasn't as big as I thought it was. But it was a lovely wooden house, and you come into the back door, and there was a basement downstairs and a nice service porch, and then you come into this kitchen. It was a good sized kitchen, about 8 by 10. And then you come into a huge front room, which we used one corner, one end of it as a dining room. And then everybody then had parlors. And in the front, on the right hand side of the front room, was a room that we called our parlor. And it had a piano in it and a couple of comfortable chairs. And then in back of that was 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. And we always had a woman working for us to help my mother.
Did you have any other houses after that in your early childhood?
Yes, we moved to 23rd between, it was on Madison, between 23rd and 22nd on Madison. We moved in there, and my father remodeled that house. And we lived in a kind of a shop that he built for himself in the back for, I guess about 6 months until he finished remodeling the front house. And that was quite a nice one. And then we moved up in Liberty, Utah on a farm. And by then we had quite a few children, but we didn't care too much for the farm. although we didn't have to do much work, although we helped plant potatoes, and when my father dug the potatoes, we picked them up and put them in the sacks, and it was called it was more or less a big pea vinery country where we all grew. We planted the peas and everything, and then the pea vinery factory come over and harvested them, and then they paid for the lot.
The house there, was that nice?
Oh yes, it was a lovely house. It had a little upstairs for the girls' bedroom, and it had a big bedroom downstairs and a bathroom and a very large front room and a big kitchen and a basement, all under the house. And in the wintertime, we had a swing downstairs. We used to go down there and play downstairs.
Okay. Now, what was the name of the first school that you attended, and where was it located?
It was at 12th in Washington. It was
Both in Washington, where?
Washington Boulevard in Ogden, Utah. It was they called it the North Ogden School, and I went to kindergarten there. And before I went to kindergarten, they used to let you take your little sisters or brothers to school with you once in a while. And my oldest sister, Adeline, took me to school one day with her, and coming home, the kids stole me from her, some big kids. And they left me way out on 12th Street by the creek, by the river out there. And I had all the neighborhoods for 3 or 4 blocks looking for me and everything. And finally, they found me out there on the 12th Street Ball.
Okay, now, where did you attend from first grade on?
I went to the Madison School. We moved up to Madison Avenue between 22nd and 23rd, and I went to the Madison School. And that was over between 24th and 25th. And I was there through the first and second grade. And then my father moved up to Liberty, Utah, where I went to the Liberty School up in Liberty. We went there for 2 years.
Okay, and was that a big school or a one-room house?
It was a big school. They had several grades, but they had the second and third grade in each. They had 2 grades in each room, the high and the low, and the in each room. And we lived up there.
And what were the name of some of your teachers that you remember? Tell me a little bit about each of
The
them.
only name I remember is Mrs. Blunt, and she was my junior high school teacher.
How do you remember her?
Well, she used to live by my mother-in-law. That's how come I knew her.
That's the only reason you
That's the
remember?
only reason I remember.
Okay, you didn't have
And
a...
Mrs. Cleveland, I remember her too. She was the penmanship teacher.
Now, you told me one story about where they kidnapped you. Were there any other stories that happened in your early childhood at school?
Yes, this is a little risque. Maybe some people wouldn't like it. But when I was just a little girl, I was, maybe 6 years old, my mother made me a real pretty dress. And my father had a big shop, something like Jimmy's out there, where he did all kind of carpenter work and cabinet work. And so this is one day when Mama fitted on me after I come home from school. I liked it so well, I danced up and down in front of her and said, "Oh, you great big son of a bitch." And she gave me a good whipping and made me sit in the doorway of that shop all day. And when my father come home that evening, he said, "Lizzie, what's that poor little thing sitting out there for?" And then she told him. He said, "Well, she didn't know what she was saying. She just heard me say it. And that was her way of thanking you."
What was your favorite subject in elementary school?
I really didn't have any.
You didn't like any of them, huh? Okay. In elementary school, everybody has their favorite games that they like to play. Did you have any favorites out on the
Well, we
playground?
used to play hopscotch.
Were you pretty good at that?
Yes, I was pretty good at hopscotch.
Any other games?
Well, yes, I was good at baseball too, but they didn't let girls play baseball very much in elementary school.
What'd you play, first base, or were you the pitcher?
I don't know. And then I used to run a lot too. I used to win every race I run.
Did you beat the boys?
I sure did. I beat the boys and girls.
Tell me about some of your friends. What were their names? And tell me briefly about them.
I don't remember any of their names.
Remember
It's
it?
too long ago.
Too long.
The only thing I remember is up in Liberty, every spring they made all the students clean the schoolhouse. You had to scrub the floors, you had to scrub the bath, the toilets, and everything. And it was the first time I ever was in a man's toilet, and I was shocked to death. I went in there, and my mother and father was horrified to think that they made the children in the third grade scrub the toilets and everything.
Okay, but you don't have any best friends that you remember from even back in
Well,
Liberty?
I did have Wilma Monson. She lived by me. She was in my Sunday school class and everything. And then there was Catherine Burton, but she died.
What'd she die of?
She died of heart trouble. She lived right next door to us. And then there was Elvira or something. I can't remember her first name. She used to live on the corner, and then they moved down the middle of the block. And our house was a great big 2-story, big, very big house, the biggest house on the block. But she always was jealous, and because they was kind of poor, and she always used to say that we may not have the biggest house in the block, but we have the cleanest block. Because her mother used to, in the wintertime even, used to scrub the front porch on her hands and knees.
What were some of the things that you did together with your girlfriends?
Oh, we played games, and then we played Run Sheepy Run and all those kind of old games, you know. That, of course, kids don't even know about them
What
nowadays.
is Run Sheepy Run?
Well, I forget right now what they are. Maybe, uh, but and then we used to. They used to let us stay out by the arc light till it just started to get dusk, and then they made us all come in the house.
All right, now you said that you had lived on a farm for a short while.
Yes, just before after we lived in on 20 between 22nd and 23rd on Madison, my father traded the house for a lot and that up in Liberty, Utah, on a farm.
And what was that like living on a farm?
Well, us kids didn't really like it very much. We liked it in the wintertime when we could use our sleigh down a little hill that was in our big yard. I think we had about 2 acres. I don't know whether it was more or not. And we had a horse, 2 horses, and a cow. We had a lot of pigs and a lot of chickens. But it was and then we had big gardens of sugar beets that we fed to the pigs. And then we had carrots, and then we had a big garden for the home. But we grew peas
Mm.
for the pea vine were there. And they would even, I think they planted the peas, and then we had to water them and take care of them. Papa did, and then they came when they was ready to harvest. They would harvest them, and then they'd pay you your allotted amount of fee.
What were some of your chores? Now you mentioned watering. Did you have to water the plants, or did you have house chores out there on the farm?
Well, we used to have to keep our things tidy, and then I think we had to help Mama set and clear the table and things like that. But other than that, we didn't really have too many chores to do.
Now, as a child, when you lived out on the farm or even in the city in Ogden, of your parents' teachings nowadays, which still stand out in your mind and why?
But we were to mom, and you weren't to talk back to your parents.
Who taught you that? Your mother or your father?
Mother and father both. We didn't, not that we wanted to, but we didn't dare say anything back to Mama, and we didn't dare criticize any of the food that was put on the table. We ate it, whether we liked it or not. We ate it
Why was that?
because my father never said a word, and he wouldn't allow us to.
Did he like all the meals that were prepared?
Yes, I guess he did. He taught my mother how to cook, though, when they was first married. She didn't know how to cook very well, and so he taught her how to cook.
Hmm.
And oftentimes on Sunday mornings or Saturdays, he used to cook us breakfast and fix us that. But we had wonderful parents.
When you were growing up, what did you want to be?
I wanted to marry an Indian.
Want to marry an Indian?
I never seen one, but I wanted to marry one.
Okay, but you didn't have any other goals as far as occupations? Did you want to be in?
Well, no, not really. We didn't have opportunities then, uh, in the 20s, you know, and, uh, and during the war and that, when we were just little kids, because they didn't have radio and they didn't have television or anything like that. So we didn't have as many opportunities as they do nowadays.
Did you have a favorite toy that you liked to play with when you were young?
Yes, when I was 4 years old, I got a beautiful doll buggy and a doll. It was a glass head and everything. And we used to, my older sister, Rodima, we used to sew on the sewing machine, and I'd get down and sit on the floor and pedal the big pedal of the sewing machine until she sewed a while. And then she had to trade places with me so I could sew. And we used to play with our dolls quite a bit.
Did you have a favorite animal?
Oh, we always had a lot of cats. My father loved cats, and we always had a lot of cats.
Have any little stories that ever happened to any of your animals?
No, not really. When we lived on the farm one time, we did have a big sheepdog, and uh, one of the men that lived up there, he come and wanted that dog. He said it was his. Well, Papa knew it wasn't. And one time he come and borrowed Papa's gun, and he shot the dog and killed it because we wouldn't let him have it.
What'd your dad do about that?
I don't remember whether he beat him up or what. I don't know.
Okay. All little girls apparently have their favorite dress. You had yours when you was a little girl? You remember that?
Well, my mother always made our clothes, and and we had lots of pretty little dresses. So I really didn't have a favorite.
What did your dresses look like?
Well, we used to have little white dresses with nice ruffled skirt and lace on them and everything. And then I had one pretty dress that I did like that was a blue corduroy. And I used to wear that quite a bit in the wintertime.
What were your everyday clothes like when you were small?
Nice little girls' clothes. Of course, then you girls didn't wear overalls or trousers or anything like they wore now. And when we went to school, we wore our school clothes. They were nice. And then when we come home, we had to change and hang up our school clothes and put on play clothes.
Did you always wore dresses then?
Oh, yes, always.
Okay. Okay. Do you ever remember any particular item that you wanted when you were small
Yes.
that when you finally got it, you really prized that item a lot?
I don't know. When I was real small, we lived in the tent house. And I had been sick one time, quite ill, and a lady had given me a beautiful little bud vase with a rose in it. And I had a pretty little cup and saucer and everything. There was china, and Mom always had it put on a shelf. So this one day I wanted to go out and play, and I took this vase and this little cup and saucer outdoors and was going to play with it. And Mama come out and she said, Bertie, she said, you can't play with that. She said, that isn't what you play with. And so I throwed one of my little fits and throwed it down and mashed it and jumped on it. And then I sure got a spanking for that.
You said you were sick. Did you have any childhood diseases?
Yes, when I was about a year old, I just started to walk up in Portland, Oregon. I had the bronchitis, and I was sick for quite some time, and I was so bad that they had to teach me how to walk and all over again because I was so ill and weak from it.
Did you have any other diseases when you were in your early childhood?
I think we had about every kind. We had, I'm sure we had the measles, yes, because my sister generally, I remember her. She was just a tiny thing, and she could red as if she get beat with the measles. And we all had childhood disease.
What do you remember most about being sick? Did your mother ever give you any disgusting medicines?
Yes, I remember when during the war we had the flu, all of us, and Mama had five of us in bed, and just her and the baby was the only ones that weren't sick. And they give me castor oil, and I just throwed it up all over the doctor, and he gave me another batch, and I throwed it up all over it. So he decided not to make me take any more.
Do you remember any of the any others doing anything for you when you were sick? Who they were and what they did for you?
No, I just remember my mother.
All right. Did you ever have any accidents when you were young?
Yes, when we lived on the farm, we was the storekeeper up there used to take us, Demi and me, every so often. We go down to Ogden to stay with Aunt Jane, Mama's sister. And this one day, I was waiting for the grocer to come by with his truck to pick me up to take me down, and I went out and played with Papa's tools out on the out on the bench, and I cut my arm quite bad. And of course, I throwed my arms up and ran in the house and everything, and my clothes were covered with blood, so I couldn't go that time. My mother wouldn't let me go down.
Did you need stitches?
No, I didn't need stitches. Papa just pulled it together, and Mama wrapped it up, but I didn't need stitches.
So that was the worst accident you ever had when you were young?
Yes,
Okay. All right. Now, you have a nickname, right?
yes,
And what is that?
Birdie.
And how'd you get that?
Oh, from the time I was little, that's all I ever remember. Mama and all of them calling me is Birdie.
Doesn't mean anything.
No, it's just short for Roberta.
Okay. Did you have any childhood pranks that you used to like to play?
No, the only one that in our house that did those things is my brother George.
What did
And
he use?
yeah, they used to every time Mom and Papa would leave, George would chase us around the house, and I was always the one he caught and beat. And but and Beverly to get in things that wasn't hers, because my father had made us each a toy box, and we weren't supposed to touch our brothers and sisters' toys at all unless we asked permission. But Beverly didn't do that. She just went in and got what she wanted.
Hmm. Okay. Now, when you were a child, what'd you think of your mother?
Oh, we kind of worshiped our mother.
You did?
Hmm. She was a wonderful woman.
Okay, why was she wonderful?
Well, she loved us and she treated us all equal. She really didn't show partiality. I didn't ever notice it where she showed partiality between any of us.
What'd you think of your father when you were small?
Oh, we loved my father. He used to lay on the floor at night when he come home and with a pillow in back of him and propped up on a chair turned upside down and let us comb and play with his hair and everything. And my mother said that's how he lost his hair. He let us tear it out.
Sure. Do you remember any group activities that you did as a family when you
Oh,
were a
yes.
child?
We were quite ones for family get-togethers with my aunts and them, and we had gone camping. And Uncle Bob had a big truck. He had a glass factory, and we used to. It had big sides on it, and we used to all get in the back of that truck, and we'd go out on campouts. Then Papa's sister and her husband, we went camping in tents that time up at way up in Eden someplace, and we camped out.
Tell me about some of those sleeping out experiences that you had.
The only thing I remember, we had to wash the baby's diaper in the river.
Oh, you did? You did?
Yes.
Did you enjoy camping out?
Yes, it was lots of fun. We played with our cousins, and all.
All right. All right, let's go back to your farmhouse for a moment. Okay, did you have your own bedroom or did you share a bedroom?
No, I slept with Demi. I always slept with Demi from the time I could remember.
Okay. Did you have a bedroom window?
Yes, but it was up high.
It was. Could you see out of it?
No, we couldn't. It was
Okay.
too high for us to see out. We was too short of children.
Okay. All right. Now, if you could have changed anything about your childhood now that you can look back, what would you change?
I don't believe I'd change anything. I think your childhood is the only time in your life that you have no troubles. And when the older we got, the the more responsibility. Mother, expected us to do a little more chores, but I don't think any of us was begrudge to do anything. Sometimes we might didn't want to do it just at the time, but we never ever said anything.
Okay. Now let's talk about your brothers and your sisters for a few minutes. Okay. How many brothers and how many sisters did you have?
Well, we didn't know about twins that was under me until after my mother had died, and we found out we had a twin brother. But I had two sisters older than me. The oldest girl was Adeline Elizabeth, and then the second girl was Lodima Ursel, and then there was myself, and then there was a brother, George Franklin, and then there was a boy under him that was Robert Norman. Then there was a girl, Genevieve Levon, Genevieve Leon, and then there was Beverly Jean, but she always called herself Jane. She didn't like Jean.
Okay.
Then there was we had a little brother when we came down to from the farm to Ogden again, and his name was Wilmer, and he died when he was 15 months old. And then we moved to Santa Monica, and then we had a sister named Stella Levon and Richard Dudley.
Okay. All right. Your oldest sister, what was her name?
Adeline.
Adeline. Okay. Describe her personality, her appearance, and what she
Well,
was
she
like.
was always a very sweet and gentle person, and she
Why was she gentle and sweet?
well, I don't know. I guess she was one of God's chosen people because he took her when she was 9 and a half. But she was always a sweet girl. I never remember uh, when she was cross with me or anything, because she's the one that took me to school with her, and she used to do things for us. But one time I remember she got a spanking. My cousins, the boys, my father's sister and her two boys come over one evening, and the kids went and dressed up in each other's clothes. The boy dressed up in Adeline's clothes, and Adeline dressed in the boys' clothes. And Papa told the kids to go on in the other room and behave themselves. And they just kind of giggled and didn't say nothing. And so he reached over to spank them, and he spanked the wrong ones because
Mm,
we had kind of a little fun for that.
mm. Lodima, what was she like?
Well, she was always all right. We got along when we was real young together, and but when we got older, we weren't very companionable to each other. But she was a nice girl when she was little.
What'd she look like?
She was had medium brown hair, and I don't know if she had blue or kind of hazel eyes. And she was 2.5 years older than me.
And what about Robert? What's he like?
Well, Robert was a sweet, loving child. He really never got into any trouble at all. He used to be a little lazy sometimes, but other than that, I thought an awful lot of Robert.
And then there was George.
Yes, he was older than Robert, uh, and he was a very nice-looking little boy. He was dark. He had the dark hair and dark eyes. And then when he grew older, he had pretty curly hair, and he was quite a handsome young man, but he knew it.
Okay. What do you mean by he knew it?
Well, he was a little bit stuck on himself too, and then all the girls liked him.
And then there was another boy, Robert Norman.
Well, that's Bobby.
Okay.
That's the one I told you about just a little while
Oh,
ago.
okay, I'm sorry. All right, and then there was Genevieve.
Well, Genevieve and I always got along with my sisters and brothers. Uh, I do little things for them. And then when I got older and I went to work at when I was 8 years old. I didn't have to, but I wanted to. And I used to uh, always kind of looked after them.
Okay. And then there was Beverly.
Beverly was a mischief-making little thing. She was always into some little deviltry. My father said she used to love to get a whip.
What did she look like when she was young?
Well, she had just a little crooked mouth when she smiled or talked. And some kids used to tease her about it, and she used to get mad about that. But she was a kind of a blondish person, and she had blue eyes. And when she was real little, she was, like I said, mischief maker, and then she grew up with it, and she was still a mischief maker sometimes.
Now, you never knew Wilmer, correct?
Oh yes, I knew Wilmer. He was 15 months old when he died. He was a sweet little baby. I remember holding him quite a bit.
What did he look like?
He was dark. He was had the dark hair and the brown eyes.
Did he cry a lot, or was he a good baby?
I think he was a good baby.
Yeah, I remember him. Okay, and then there was Stella.
Stella, she was born in Santa Monica in 1923, and she was a nice little child. Well, I was older then, so I used to take her every place I'd go. When the other children were in school, and I go any place, I'd take her with me. And she was always a nice little thing.
And Stella, what did she look like?
She had dark hair, like George and them, and brown eyes. She was a cute little girl when she was little. She used to have her Dutch cut hair.
And Richard?
Well, we all kind of loved Richard because he was the baby. And but the funny part of it was I had a daughter that was 6 months older than Richard,
Yeah.
and Richard just felt that he was that my children were his brothers, his sisters, and they played together constantly. He was a good little boy.
Okay. Now, what were the feelings of your brothers and sisters towards you?
Well, I think every one of them loved me, but Demi.
Is that right?
Uh-huh.
Why is that?
Well, I don't know. She always, when I worked, she wanted me to give her half my wages.
Is that right?
Uh-huh. And I wouldn't do it. And she tried to get my father to force me to do it. And he said, Demi, Bertie went out and earned that money. That's hers. And so I used to always bring the rest of the brothers and sisters presents home when I'd come home from work, and I'd buy material and make mama dresses and things, but I never give Demi anything.
Okay. And did you ever fight with any of your other brothers or sisters? And if so, over what?
Just George. He was the one that used to, we could never play games with him. Genevieve was the only smart one in the family. She never played with him because he cheated.
Right.
He had his rules, and then when he was winning, he had rules, and when we win, then the rules were different. He'd made the rules different, and even when I was grown up and had children, he used to beat us up when we won in the games. My father said, "It's your own fault. You know better than to play with it."
Okay. Tell me what your thoughts were as you saw each of your brothers and sisters getting married, being that you were the older. What'd you think of? Tell me who it was and what you thought about it.
Well, Demi got married the first. I was at her wedding, and she had it at the house,
Now, which
but
house was that?
on 11th Street, 11th and Pico in Santa Monica. And I was just happy for her.
Okay, what about when George got married?
Yes, I thought I liked Mary. I liked his wife that he married. She was nice. I liked her.
Okay. And then Genevieve, what about when she got married?
I wasn't at Genevieve's wedding. She didn't invite me.
Okay.
But
Okay,
no,
and
she didn't invite nobody but mom and pop. And then she just told them she's getting married, and they came.
then did you go to Beverly's wedding?
No, she had run away the first time, I think.
Okay.
And then the second time, when she was married the second time, we went to her wedding.
And what about Richard?
No, Richard was the silly one too. He ran away and got married.
And Stella?
Stella ran away and got married to Las Vegas.
Okay. All right. Now, What were some of the ways that your sisters or your brothers helped you when you were growing up?
I don't believe I was helped at all.
Okay.
I used to help my brothers and sisters. Beverly used to cause so much trouble at mealtime that when I got older, uh, Papa did spank her, and we had nothing but confusion. So I told him if he didn't stop it, I was going to leave home. And all the kids bawled and screamed and carried on, begged him not to do anything because they didn't want me to leave.
What did your brothers and sisters do to tease you?
Well, Demi was the only one that teased me. She used to tickle me till I just gasped for breath. She'd tickle me till oh, it was terrible.
Tickle your feet or your sides? Or...
But she'd tickle me under my arms, and oh, it was horrible. And finally, throwing the cat. Oh yes, when I was up in the farm, uh, Mama was in the kitchen bathing Beverly in a fur bath in the morning, and I was in the bedroom playing with our kitten. And Demi came in, and she wanted that cat. She was going to take it away from me. So she grabbed the cat and kept pulling it and pulling it. And I said, "All right, have it." And I just swung my arms back and grabbed the cat away from her and threw it at her. And it had an accident all down the wall, all over Demi, and all across the bed. And she ran in the kitchen and put her head in the bathtub where the baby was having a bath, and Mama had to stop and come in and clean up the mess.
Okay. Uh, let's go down one by one and tell me what your first reaction was to the husbands or wives that each of your brothers and sisters took. What about Adeline?
Well, of course, Adeline died when she was
Oh,
9 and a
excuse me.
half.
Okay, Lodima.
Well, we liked Suitor. Mama and Papa didn't want her to marry him. It was really Mama that didn't want her to get married because she was just 17. And I used to go out, and so I'd take her with me. And then I'd let her out on the corner, and she would meet Suitor. And then when they came back home, they'd sit and wait on these steps at the corner until I came home, or else I'd wait for them until they came back, so I could take her in the house and let her think that we was having double dates.
All right. What'd you think of him the first time you seen him? Did you think he was a good choice, or was he?
Yes, he was nice looking.
Okay. And what about for George, his wife?
I liked Mary. She was nice. She was a girl from the church.
Huh? And Genevieve's choice?
Oh yeah, I liked Genevieve. I knew Genevieve went with uh, Jimmy when I was living with my mother and father with the children, and he used to come to the house all the time and play the piano, and I'd sing with him.
What about Beverly?
Well, Danny, her first husband, was a big, tall, nice-looking fellow, and he was all right. And then he got kind of ornery. He drank quite a bit, but other than that, we got along all right with Danny. Vaughn, he used to come visit me all the time.
Stella?
We never cared much for Jack. And even our mother didn't like him very well because he always, I don't think he liked our mother because when he'd come to the house to visit Stella, he'd whisper and talk to her so Mama couldn't hear nothing, or even, he wasn't even polite to Mama. He's
What
never
about
been friendly.
what about Richard?
Well, yes, we liked Yvonne, but we thought he kind of did it right after Mama died. We think he was lonesome and kind of lost. But I liked Yvonne.
Did any of your sisters ever say anything that still sticks in your mind? That they told you or gave you advice for? Or...
No, I don't think so.
No, so... let's talk about your teenage years. What were some of the fads that you can remember? Teenager.
Well, when I was a teenager, the Charleston come out, and we weren't allowed to do it.
Why is that?
Oh, they thought it was a vulgar dance.
Who did?
People at the church.
Okay. Right. Were there any other fads besides the Charleston at that time?
Well, we wore funny hats that looked like a bucket on our head, and I remember I had one.
What were they called?
Just hats, but they were just kind of tight hats, and and just had the little brim sticking out, but they looked like a bucket, really.
Did you have any special interests when you were a teenager?
I loved to go to the beach,
What beach
and
did
I
you,
loved to dance.
what beach did you used to go to?
I used to walk right straight down Pico Boulevard to the ocean, and I used to go in there. And lots of times I'd take my brothers and sisters with me. And then I loved to dance at the Palace Ballroom.
Where was that
That was
located?
down in, it was really in Venice, but we called it Ocean Park because it was kind of on the borderline.
Now, you had told me a story once about when you went to the beach and someone had forgotten a bathing suit.
Oh, well, that was after we was married. We, uh, and my father was still living. We all used to have family picnics and get-togethers. And this time we all went down to the Santa Monica Canyon Beach. And we took our dinner with us that night. And there was most of the family went down, all of us. And Jimmy was a baby then. And so we took one of the girls' doll beds and set it up for Jimmy to lay in it. And then when it come time to go in swimming, Bobby had forgot his bathing suit. So Papa told him, he said, dump the wood out of the gunny sack and just cut holes in each end of the side of the gunny sack and put it on and then tie it with a rope. So that's what Bobby did and went in swimming with us.
Did you have any special interests that you really liked when you were a teenager?
No, I'd say the beach and dancing.
What were some of the habits that you had that really distinguished you from your brothers and sisters when you were a teenager?
I don't know. I always worked right from the first, and then like I said, I always bought some little gift or something for the children when I come home. They always knew when it was payday
Sir.
because they would all waited for me. They expect their little gifts.
Did you have any other habits like did things have to be in their place in your room, or when you sat down, was there you wanted your silverware in a certain place?
No, I wasn't too
Picky?
picky. I was never a picky child.
Okay. All right. When you were alone as a teen, how did you occupy your time? When mom and dad were gone and you were home and by yourself, what'd you do?
Well, I never read a great deal. I did read some. I remember the first library book I ever read through was When Knighthood Was in Flowers. And I think I read it about 3 or 4 times because it was a romantic. I think every child that's you're going in their teens are quite romantic.
Okay. What did your friends used to do to tease you?
They never did much of anything. Uh, I wasn't teased very much.
Right. And you had mentioned that you had a job. Now, was this while you were a teenager?
Oh yes.
Okay, where did you work? Where'd you have your first job as a teenager?
When I first went to work, I was only 8 years old.
Where did you work?
I worked at the 3 houses. I did housework for these 3 ladies. They were 28th and Monroe, and down on Monroe, they was on, one was a corner house, and the other two was next house to the corner, and then 3 houses down, I did this woman's house. And I don't think I got too much money, but I vacuumed the rugs for them, and I scrubbed the kitchen floors and dishes and did things like that for them.
And what other jobs did you have as a teenager?
And then I got a job. There was an ad in the paper that they wanted people to pick fruit and that out in the orchard, way out on 12th Street.
This is in Ogden?
Ogden. So I got a job out there. I wasn't very old. Well, it was when I was still working, doing the houses. I was only 8, and I was talking to him on the phone, and my sister, Demi, grabbed the phone away from me and told him she was older than me, and could she get the job? And he said, well, he said, both of you come out. He said, I can use both of you. So then we had a girlfriend the Monson girl, and she wanted to go too, so we took her along too, and we got $1 a day.
And what did you do for that dollar?
We picked red currants. We had to strip the bushes, and they'd already been stripped, it looked like. And I remember I crawled under the fence into the next lot that was somebody else's and filled our little baskets full of these here forests and currants, and then crawled, pushed the boxes back to the other girls, and so we got $1 a day.
And did you have any other jobs when you were a teenager?
Oh yes, uh, I went to used to go down to the dance hall all the time when I was quite young. Mama let us go because the bus driver used to come right to the house and pick us up, and then we had to catch the bus right there, and we caught the same man's bus. It was old oh, I can't think of his name. Pop somebody, and he owned the bus line, and it was a jitney, and you got in the back of the bus. Stepped up. There was a door at the back of the bus, and you stepped up a couple of steps into the bus, and we had to be there on that. And he'd bring us right to the house and let us out. And then I met the mayor of Venice. He had a drugstore right there in front of the Dome Theater in Ocean Park. And one time he said to me, he said, "Bertie, would you like to learn how to jerk sodas?" And I said, "I sure would." He said, "Okay." He said, "You come in the afternoon sometime, 2 or 3 times a week." And he said, "I'll teach you." So he taught me how to jerk sodas, and then I got jobs in the different drugstores. And I worked on Santa Monica Boulevard in Big Lang Market. They had a huge, big, uh, they cooked downstairs, but upstairs there was a great big square counter, all right in the middle of the store, big one. And I used to work there. And then I went to work for Irwin's drugstores. They had two drugstores, one on Fifth and San Marcos Boulevard, and one on really three. Then they had one on Third and Santa Monica, and then one on Third and Broadway. And I worked at the Fifth Street one for a while, and then the man that was running the fountain had me go through Third Street, and I run that. He used to do the cooking and bring it over, and I served all the meals and everything to people. And I worked in there for quite a while. And then I worked in a sweet shop that was on Santa Monica Boulevard. They had moved from Santa Monica right across from the city hall to Broadway, and they had a new sweet shop around the alley. And I went to work for them. Evanoff's was their name, and they got kind of put out of shape because I didn't eat all the ice cream and candy. You could eat all you wanted while you was working, but you couldn't take any out unless you bought it. And you could put on 100 pounds in a month if you just kept eating. But he even taught me how to make solid peanuts.
Any other jobs you had while you were a teenager?
No, I went back and worked at the Irwin's drugstore on Third and Broadway.
And how much were you making at these various jobs a day?
Oh, I think I was making about $15 a week.
Was
Oh,
that
then I did when I was 11 years old. I that summer I got a job in uh, Santa Monica Laundry. It was on Colorado and 10th Street, and I went to work there. And I was there when I had my 11th birthday.
what were you doing there?
I worked on the mangle. You feed the sheets or the towels and pillowcases and everything into the mangle, then it'd come out the other side, and somebody would fold them. Then every so often you change sides because their hands got burnt, from pulling out these hot sheets and that. And then the next summer, I got a job down at Lorbeer's Laundry down on right off of Hill Street on Main Street in Ocean Park. And I worked there during Christmas vacation. I worked there during Easter vacation, and then I worked there in the summertime. And then finally, I worked myself up to where I run the presses. I used to run 3 presses, and then I run all the presses that ironed the shirts. and I got $19 a week. That was top wages.
And how old were you then?
I was 14.
That was good money back then, though.
Yes,
How'd you spend all that money when you made it?
I didn't spend it foolishly.
What'd you buy?
I bought clothes. I used to make all my clothes, and then I made clothes for my mother. And I bought my shoes and everything like that. That's all.
Did you ever save up any of that money for something special?
No, but then of course I married young, and I did have a little money in the bank when I got married.
Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about something a little different here. The first time that you were ever away from home when you were a teenager, and what length of time were you gone, and how did you feel about being away from your family and your parents?
I never went away.
You were always home?
Yes,
Never went on any vacations with?
not at in the not after we moved to California.
Did they have any type of organizations when you were a teenager, like the Girl Scouts or Campfire
Well, when
Girls?
I was younger and back in Utah, I belonged to the Campfire Girls.
What was that?
That was like the Scouts, only it was a campfire. And we used to go on little picnics up at the foothills and things like that, go on hikes.
Did you enjoy that?
Yes, uh-huh.
Uh, uh, did you attend a junior high school?
Yes, I did.
And what junior high was that?
Lincoln Junior in Santa Monica.
Okay.
Up on first I attended the old school on 11th and Santa Monica Boulevard, 11th and 10th on Santa Monica Boulevard. Then they built the new school up on between 14th and 16th on California, and I used to walk from Pico and 11th Street over there and back every day.
Do you remember any of your teachers that you had there at the junior high?
Well, it was just Mrs. Blunt and Mrs. Cleveland.
And why do you remember them?
Well, Mrs. Blunt used to, she lived close after I was married. She lived by my mother-in-law. That's how come I remember her. And Mrs. Cleveland was, she was a spelling or the penmanship teacher, and she was quite a strict teacher about you writing and everything. And I think that's why I remember her.
Were there any special classes that you took that you remember?
No, I had planned to be a history teacher, and I took ancient history and all. And when I was in the ninth grade, the low ninth, they you'd have the high and the low. And over at Lincoln, they had the low ninth, and they let me have ancient history. So I had taken a half a term of it, and then they changed and made the ninth grade over at high school. And when I went to high school, they wouldn't let me take it because they said it was I'd taken about a half a year. Then they wouldn't let me finish because they said it was a senior subject. So I got mad and quit school.
During the time you went to school, did you receive any honors or recognitions?
No,
Okay. Do you remember any worries or adjustments or successes or failures that you had to face in your teenage years?
no, not really.
Tell me what you looked like in your teenage years.
Well, I don't think I was very beautiful, what you'd call beautiful, but I wasn't a bad looking girl. I had kind of blonde hair.
How long?
Well, I never let it get more than just below my ears. And I used to have it shingled up the back quite a bit. That was style then. And I I wasn't a bad looking girl. I was never thin, but I was never fat. It was just kind of in between. And I used to always make my clothes. And of course, buying the material, making them, you could have more clothes than most people. And so I had quite a few clothes.
Did you wear makeup when you were a teenager?
I just wore lipstick. Then I got a spell one time where I didn't even wear that.
Okay. All right. Did you attend high school?
I was just starting in my junior year when I quit
Okay. What high school did you attend?
Santa Monica.
Okay. And what was high school like?
Oh, it was all right. Of course, you didn't have much fun in high school.
Why is that?
Well, I don't know. I think you just went there to study,
So
and
was
we had to wear uniforms when I went to high school. You were supposed to wear a skirt and a regular navy midi, like the sailors used to wear. They had a blue collar on and blue cuffs. You could take them on and off, and the white middies. And then we most of us wore accordion pleated skirts, but I didn't wear a blue skirt. I had a tan skirt, and my sister Demi, she had a blue skirt.
hmm. So was high school a happy time for you?
Yes, but every time I got a job and worked, they'd make me lose it because I used to have to work till a little after 10 on some of them on weekends, and that wasn't allowed for teenagers.
And what was the hardest class that you had in high school?
I think bookkeeping, that was awful hard.
Why was that?
Well, you had to know which column to put which in and all that, and it mixed up. I took typing and bookkeeping and ancient history, and I think I took English. And then, of course, we had physical education.
Okay, were there ever any classes that you wanted to take that your parents wouldn't let you take? Or that were only designed for boys only?
No, but I always wanted a violin. But I had to learn the piano, and I didn't do too good at that. I learned to play, but now I forgot everything.
Why'd you want to play the violin?
Oh, it just sounded kind of nice, and I liked to, but they bought Beverly a violin.
Okay. All right. Tell me about your last year in high school. You said you were a junior.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What were your plans when you were a junior in high school?
To
After
get married.
that was your goal to get married?
Yes.
Was that the thing
Uh-huh.
at that time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you ever want to go on to college?
No,
Okay. Why
because
not?
there wasn't much opportunity after you got out of college. One of the girls, um, a Jensen girl, she went to college and everything, and she was quite smart about going and all, and she ended up just taking tickets at a theater.
Okay. Did you ever go to any of the proms or dances at high school?
No, I never did.
Why was that?
Well, I was invited to the prom at junior high, and the vice principal wouldn't let me go because she said I wasn't in the ninth grade yet, and she wouldn't let me go. The boy that invited me to go, she wouldn't let me go.
All right. What'd you th feel or think about the day that you decided not to go back to school?
I was glad because I'd go to work all day then.
Was that your reason for stopping?
Uh-huh. Yes, every time I'd get a job, they'd uh, make the boss that I worked for lay me off because they said I was a teenager and couldn't work after 10 o'clock.
Okay. All right. Now that you can look back, is there any one memorable moment or experience from high school that you still remember today?
No, not really. It wasn't, I don't know, so high school too, it didn't fascinate me too much.
When someone says, "How was high school to you?" what's the first thing that you think about?
Well, one of the teachers had infantiga. My my typing teacher got infantiga all over her face, and I guess she must touch her face all the time because she'd come and show you how to type or do this and that, and I got it on me too. And then that was when I was teased at school. The boys made fun of me because I had that infantiga on my face. I had to go to the doctor so many times and get that blue light put on my face and everything to cure it up.
Hmm. What kind of grades did you usually receive on your report cards in high school?
I used to get C's and B's.
Okay. What did your parents think when you told them that you weren't going to go back to school anymore?
Well, Papa just made me wait for a while to see if I was sure that's what I wanted. And then he said, sure, if that's what I wanted to do, go ahead.
What'd your mom say?
Well, she kind of went along with Papa.
Was she happy about your decision?
No, but as long as I just wasn't doing nothing, she didn't mind.
Now, you had mentioned that you got C's and B's on your report card. Did your parents ever reward you for good grades that you brought home?
No, if we brought home a real bad report card, they'd just kind of give us a little lecture, but they never rewarded us. In those days, people didn't, I don't think.
You had mentioned earlier about this hat that looked like a bucket that you wore. What were some of the popular clothes at the time, and what did they look like?
Well, I had a beautiful royal purple dress that I'd made, a satin dress, and it had a lace panel all down the front. And it was just kind of a sheath. And then uh, I had another dress that was a red and white kind of checked that organdy that I had made myself with white trimming on it. And the clothes really weren't so awful different from they are now, except when they wore the sheaths. And now I see they're coming back to that.
What what year was that?
That was in 1926, I think.
All right.
I remember you made a blue oil and crepe machine, and you made a hat, pretty blue
Crepe
horsehair hat, gray.
Oh, Demi made me that in high school. She took millinery, and she made this horsehair hat, and she didn't want to wear it, and so she gave it to me. And it was real pretty. I wore it for years. I have pictures of me with it.
You had a blue dress that you always looked so pretty in it.
All right. Where were some of the places that you used to hang out when you were a teenager?
Well, the only place I hung out was at the dance hall.
That's where you went the majority of the time?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay, was that the in place to go?
Yes, if you danced, and then I used to go to the, like I said, because Mama let us go because the bus driver used to take us and bring us home.
Okay. All right. Who were some of the teen idols of your time?
Well, the only idol I had was Rudolph Valentino.
Why was that?
Oh, when I was back in Ogden, just a little girl, I used to go and sit through 2 or 3 showings of Rudolph Valentino.
Were those the
He did-
silent movies?
Yes, uh-huh. And then when we got to Santa Monica, we were a little closer to Hollywood, and everybody thought that I know the girls at school and everybody wanted me to send him back an autograph picture, and we never got to see any movie actors. But it was, and I always liked Mary Pickford, and I liked um, oh, the girl that went with Randolph Hearst. I used to Betty Davis. I used to or Betty.
Grable?
But I used to go and see her a lot.
Okay. Now you mentioned the jitterbug was one of the popular dances of the time. Did you do that?
No, I never did do much
What were
of
some of
that
the
either.
dances that you did?
I loved to waltz and do the foxtrot.
Okay. All right. And tell me about some of the events that were happening in the world during that time that you were a teenager.
Well, there was a lot of gangster business. They tried to come into Santa Monica, but they wouldn't let them. But that's about all there was. It
Were there any world global events at the time that
no, we
affected
got
you?
over the war was over with, and we hadn't started into another war just yet. But there was
Did the stock market collapse at that time that you were a
no, it was
teenager?
a little later that the stock market collapsed. I think it was 29 the stock market collapsed.
Wasn't there a large flu epidemic during that
Well, that
time?
was right after. That was during World War One, and that's when. See, we was just 7. I was 7 years old, and that's when we all had the flu. We lived up on the farm. We'd gone down to Ogden on the train to have Christmas with my grandmother, and we come back. It was just New Year's, and my brother sit the side of a man, and he talked to him, and that man must have just been coming down with the flu or just got over it or something, because we got George and all of us but Mama and baby. Was Beverly was the baby, had the flu.
Remember any other events that were happening in the world? Any earthquakes or things like that?
23, like Japan.
Yeah, but we didn't. Of course, we didn't have television then, so it wasn't too noticeable like things are nowadays.
Who were the presidents of the United States when you were a teenager?
I don't remember. I remember when I was smaller, it was Wilson, Woodrow Wilson. They let school out for the afternoon, and we all had to stand on the street and watch him as his car drove down the street.
Were you impressed?
Not really, only that you'd seen the president of the United States.
Did you even get to see him?
Oh yes, we all seen him because he just it was a touring car, an open touring car, and we stood on each side of the street on 25th Street, and he drove by, and nobody thought of killing him or anything like that they do nowadays. But he wore a top hat, and he was. I remember he was kind of old then.
Okay. What was the popular music of the day? Teenage years.
Well, it was "I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles" and gosh, I don't right off my tongue. I can't remember. It was "Will You Miss Me Tonight?" and then it was that song that Elvis Presley wrote. They changed the name of it, and but it was that song. It was popular, very popular. He sang it, but it was very popular then.
Okay, what did your parents say about your choice of music?
Well, it was nice music, so they didn't say anything.
They liked it. Huh?
But because it wasn't rough like it is nowadays.
Okay. And what about, you had mentioned Rudolph Valentino as one of your favorite actors. And were his movies also your favorite, or did you enjoy other movie actors?
Well, I remember when I first seen Bill Boyd. He was a handsome fellow. He turned out to be Hopalong Cassidy, and he played in a Volga Boatman, and he was blonde, and he was had the rope over his shoulder helping pull the boat up the River, and I remember him. And then there was another one that died. So many people don't even remember him. He was Wallace Reed, and I liked him too. He was a nice younger man. But the Rudolph Valentino's was kind of romantic. He was played in The Sheik, where he kidnapped a girl, and all those kind, and that's why I kind of liked him.
What were some of the slang expressions that you used when you were a teenager?
I think it was Dodo.
What did that mean?
I don't know. It was just they had a song when they did the Charleston. They sang Dodo. It was just something that, like they say here, I guess.
In your teenage years, did you ever have any conflicts between you and your parents?
Well, I remember one time I got a licking. I went out with a girl that lived down the street one time, and we come home late, and my father gave me a good blistering, and I felt I didn't deserve it. That's the
How old
only
were you?
spanking that I felt like I never deserved.
How old were you?
I think I was 14,
Okay, why didn't you deserve it?
because I didn't do anything wrong.
Did you tell him?
Yeah, it wasn't that late either. I think we'd gone to the plunge.
How old were you when you thought you were a grown woman?
15,
Why?
because I was very well developed,
Well, uh,
and I'd earned my living for years, so I felt I knew what I was doing, but I really didn't.
You had mentioned one little situation where you got a spanking. Do you ever remember the first time you came home late and your parents were waiting up for you?
Well, my parents never waited up for me. They always was awake, but I always went into the bedroom and kissed them good night when I came home. And sometimes that I'd get some chocolates or something like that, when we go out, and I always bring them in and give them to Mama. But I always kissed them good night before I went on to bed.
Let's talk about your family life for a moment. When you were still living home with your mother and father and your brothers and sisters, what were some of the things that made your home seem like a special place?
Well, it was always a safe haven, I think, because we could always come home and our mother and father was there. And we just, I think you feel safe when you have because my mother and father never quarreled, never. And us girls used to lay in bed and our girlfriends, we'd had some of them, their parents fought all the time. And Demi and I used to lay and decide what we'd do if Mom and Papa ever fought. Whose side would we take? Would we take Mama's or Papa's? And we'd always going to take Mama's side.
Okay, were there ever any heartaches in the family that you all shared together?
Just the death of the children.
What was that like?
Well, it was quite sad because Adeline was such a wonderful girl, and she was the oldest one in the family when she was only 9.5. I was just 4, and
How did she die?
she we went on a Sunday school picnic, and it had been after a rainy day, 2 or 3 days from that, before that. And when we sit on the ground, it was quite damp, and she got a cold, and she got what is now the rheumatic fever. Of course, then they didn't know what it was, and then she got it so bad, and she was so sick that she got what they used to call the St. Vitus dance, where you shake and everything. And they took her to Chinese doctors and everybody, and finally she was kind of getting over it. And my father's sister and her husband that had just moved down the street from us was moving that day in a little spring wagon. I don't know why they called it spring unless it had springs underneath it. And we all, us kids, all ran out and jumped on the back of the wagon, and the end gate let down, and Adeline fell and hit her back on a rock in the road, and it tore the ligaments to her heart. And she lasted just as long as the ligaments lasted, and then she died.
How did that affect the family?
Well, it was, I guess it was the first death they'd had in the family since that little baby brother of ours, Mama had up in or there in Ogden, had died. I don't remember any of the other aunts having children that had died when they was little.
Do you remember your mother and father ever telling you anything about Adeline passing away as far as keeping strong or any advice that they gave the children?
No, but we was all there on the morning she passed away. We always had family prayer, and we went in that morning and all kneeled down in front of the bed and prayed. And then Mama asked Adeline what she'd like for breakfast, and she told Mama what she'd like. And Mama went out into the kitchen to get her breakfast, and when she come back, she had passed away.
Do you have any favorite family times that you still remember today that were really enjoyable?
Well, I always remember the times we got together and had family dinners and things like that, picnic.
Is there any one particular one that stands out that was an extra special time?
No, not really. I remember the last big dinner we had at Mama's house was on her wedding anniversary. Papa had already passed away, but we all went to Mama's house and had dinner.
Give me some of the rules of the house when you were growing up.
Well, we weren't allowed to run around in our underwear like lots of children do. We weren't allowed to do that. We had to have at least a slip on. And the boys weren't allowed to run around in their underwear. And we just had to be polite, and we had to ask to be excused from the table if we wanted to leave before the rest of the family left the table. And oh, it was manners. We were taught manners.
Uh, did you ever have any unusual happenings occur in your home?
No, I didn't.
How about family traditions? Now that you can remember back, are there any traditions that stand out in your mind when you were growing up that your family had?
No, just like the get-togethers. We used to always go to. We went to Aunt Jane's a few times, but we didn't go to her place as much as we went to Aunt Daisy's. We got together with Aunt Daisy and had dinners. Puppet always used to make. Yeah, one time he was worked in a candy factory, made candy, and for Christmas he used to make all kind of candy. He made chocolates and he made uh, candy canes, and he made the little candies with the little designs in the center and everything. And every Christmas he'd give members of the family all a big box of candy.
Did you have any other traditions like on Christmas Day? Did you open up presents first or
Well,
have
Santa
dinner?
Claus brought the tree and the presents for us. We all believed in Santa Claus, and we and it wasn't until I was about I was 8. We'd come down from Liberty. I think it was the first year we came down that Papa got the uh, scarlet or smallpox, and he was terribly ill. And the doctor had come out, the chiropractor had, and give him adjustments and everything. And then our other doctor came out, the medical doctor, and he said if the chiropractor hadn't have been there and adjusted him, he would have died because they would have stayed inward. And so he hurried up and vaccinated all of us. So none of us had it. But Mama and George had terrible big uh, arms, and they had cowpox. So they got cowpox from the waist down. But and then that was at Christmas. Just as Christmas was coming, and Mama's sisters or husbands would bring groceries out and put them on the front porch, because everybody was scared of you. And then I found out, that was the year I found out there wasn't Santa Claus, because we had to decorate the tree and everything. And I was just heartbroken.
How were birthdays usually celebrated?
Well, we usually had parties. Always had a little party and a nice big birthday cake.
Who made the cake?
My mother.
What kind of cakes did she usually make?
Oh, she different ones. We didn't have a traditional cake, but she always made a cake
What
for
was
us.
your favorite cake for your birthday?
I liked any kind, just so it was big.
Did they bring presents?
Yeah, we always got some kind of present.
Is there
And
any?
then and every so often we'd have a party, where we'd invite children from school and that, neighborhood children.
Is there any birthday presents that you remember?
No, I don't really remember.
Did you celebrate Valentine's Day?
Oh yes, we always did that, and we'd go and sneak up to the porch and put it on the porch and then stamp our feet and say Valentine.
Where'd you, what boy sent you your first Valentine's Day card that you remember?
Oh, I think the Peacock Boy in Pincock Boy in Ogden. He was kind of stuck on me when I was only in the second grade.
That was your first Valentine's Day
Uh-huh.
card. Is there any particular boy that you gave one to?
No, we just kind of give them to different ones in the class that we liked.
Did you celebrate Easter?
Oh yes, we always had colored eggs and had our Easter baskets with eggs in and that.
How'd you do the Easter egg colors back then?
Well, we used to use beet juice to for the pretty purple eggs, and we used onion skins for the orange, and But then I don't remember how we got the purples and that and the reds, or but that's what we used.
Okay. Did you hide the Easter eggs?
No, we didn't.
You didn't? Okay. All right. What about Thanksgiving? How was that celebrated?
Well, we'd go to probably Aunt Daisy's house, and they'd come to ours. We'd have big turkey.
Okay. Did you usually grow the turkey yourself, or did you buy it at the market?
I think we bought it at the market.
Okay. What were some of the extra trimmings that came along with the Thanksgiving dinner?
Oh, we always had cranberries, and we had them days they didn't have canned yams like we do now. We used to get sweet potatoes and boil them, and then peel them, and then fix them with candy and that. We always had mashed potatoes, and we had pumpkin pies and things like that.
Okay. And then what about Christmas? How was that spent?
Well, we always had big dinners on Christmas too, and then we'd visit our relatives and different ones.
Did your family ever go on any vacations where you all jumped into the car or wagon and took off for a few days?
One time, well, when we went to, we never had vacations except when we went to up on the farm, and we came down. I only remember twice where we came down to Ogden, but we came several times, I guess. But these stand out in my mind. The first time we came down was in the wintertime, if I remember, and Papa fixed a big sleigh, great big toboggan sled, you know, and he put straw all in the bottom and fixed it so that, and then got bricks, hot bricks, and everything to keep us warm. We had blankets and that on us, and it had a cover on it so that it wouldn't be too cold. And the horses pulled the sleigh down to Liberty, down from Liberty to uh, Eden, and then we went on down Ogden Canyon, and there was plenty of snow up there. But we got to the mouth of Ogden Canyon. Mom had made lunches for us and everything. And we got to the mouth of Ogden Canyon, and all the snow was gone. It's all melted. There, those poor horses were trying to pull that sleigh with those steel things on that cement. And Papa had to pull it over into the mud to get the poor horses so they could do that. And then when we turned around and went back, it was the same thing. The poor thing nearly killed herself trying to pull that sleigh.
Did your parents or your grandparents ever tell you any stories of how they immigrated over to America?
No, they never did.
Or any of the nationalities or the languages that they spoke?
Well, they all spoke English because they came from England.
All right. Do you have any family heirlooms that are important to you? And if so, who they belong to and what are
They
they?
belonged to my grandmother, my mother's mother. I have a beautiful butter dish. Mama had a whole set of these nice milk glass things, and each one of us children got part of one.
Where were they made at?
They were, I don't know, I guess they came from Utah or someplace,
I
didn't
don't
they?
know where they came from, England or here.
But I don't, because they don't have a stamp on the bottom to tell where they came from.
They don't make them anymore, and they're
No.
real expensive. Wild Rose milk flats.
Uh, Tell me, a lot of the times were doctors not available when you lived out like in Liberty? Or was there always a doctor in town that was available when you were sick?
They had doctors.
They did.
But
Did
Mama came down to Ogden when she had the babies because I guess they didn't have, the doctors weren't really available. I don't remember a doctor living in Liberty.
did your mom and dad ever have any of their own remedies for sicknesses?
Yes, when I was a little girl and the girl across the street had diphtheria, we used to stand in front of the heating stove, and Mama would put sulfur on the stove and blow it down our throats. That was supposed to keep us from getting this here. And then we used to take a little teeny bit of coal oil. That was to prevent us from getting these diseases.
Yeah.
And then they had what they called asafoetida. I don't know what it's made of or anything, but it smelled something terrible. And they used to sew up a little bag like a Bull Durham bag and put this here chunk of asafoetida in that bag, and we had to wear it around our necks. And it smelled so bad, the teachers used to make us take it off and put it in the cloakroom with our coats.
Did it help?
Yes, I think it did, because you'd walk on the other side of the street when you come by. They used to have signs. I can't remember what they called it. They used to put signs on your house if you had measles or chicken pox or whooping cough or diphtheria, anything. Diphtheria was a great big red sign, and so was smallpox. And you couldn't leave your house for 21 days. Anybody that lived in the house couldn't leave, because the scales of smallpox and chickenpox and everything, you could get the disease from that. And so we used to always walk on the opposite side of the street so we wouldn't get a breath from that.
Okay. Let's talk about your relatives briefly. Tell me about your grandmother and your grandfather.
Well, my grandfather was a lovely little man.
What was his name?
He was Alfred Empey, and he had a barber shop down on way down on 25th Street. And but when we used to go to the house, he used to be quite a jolly man. And my grandmother was a pretty little woman. She wasn't very big.
What was her name?
And her name was it was Elizabeth
Norman.
Norman.
He.
He
Elmsfed.
Empey.
Okay. What was she like?
Well, she was a cute little woman. She wasn't very big, and she used to. I never remember seeing her in anything but a dark dress, and they were always long. And she wore an apron over the front of it. We always called it slip aprons, and they wore the aprons over the front. And we used to go down there, and we'd go down there for dinners lots of times. We'd have big family dinners. Aunt Daisy lived next door to her, and she was just a very nice little woman.
And what did she do? Was she a housewife?
Oh yes, she just was a housewife. And one time, and before my mother was married, they had a store in their house. They had one room of their house was into a store.
What kind of store was that?
It was a grocery store, and they lived up on Madison and between 22nd and 23rd. Just it was away from the house that we'd lived in at one time.
Okay, now you had mentioned that your grandpa owned a barber shop.
Yes.
You had told me a story once about his son.
Yes, his son was quite a spoiled brat.
And who was that?
That was Alfred.
Mhm.
He was named Alfred too. We called him Uncle Al, and he used to drink quite a bit, and he was kind of ornery, and he used to swipe things, steal, and he'd swipe all Grandpa's money and everything else. And finally, he just had to forbid him to come near his barber shop.
Okay. Now you had told me a story also about how his drinking got him in trouble one time with a man from a mortuary.
Yeah.
Yes, oh yes, I don't know whether it was Uncle Genevieve knows that story better than I do, but I know one of the fellows was they put him in a coffin.
No. He'd been out on the town, and so he went home with this guy, and they'd both been drinking. Well, during the night, there'd been an accident, and a dead man had been brought in. So this guy thought he'd play a trick on Uncle Al. He put the dead guy in bed with Uncle Al.
Oh,
And he woke up, and he was still hung over, and he took one look and grabbed his clothes and tore out the door, putting his clothes on. He never went back.
What about your grandma and grandpa on your other side?
well, I never really knew him because I'd never seen him since I was just a child, about 2 years old.
And what were their names?
George Collins, Fleeman, and My father's real mother had died when he was only when she was only 32. She died of kidney trouble, and uh, we always called my grandfather's second wife Grandma because Grandma Fleeman, but her name was Carrie, I think. And she was a nice woman, I imagine, because Mom always said she was real nice.
What was she like? What she look like?
Well, she was kind of a tall woman, and she had gray hair, and but she looked like she's very pleasant from the pictures I'd seen.
Okay. Did any of your grandparents ever tell you, or did you ever hear any stories being recounted that they ever told?
Never, except my father told us about his grandfather that had rode all the way from Missouri on horseback.
His father.
Oh, I thought it was his grandfather.
No, his father.
His father had rode all the way from Missouri on horseback and settled in Eugene, Oregon. And he had either homesteaded the land or bought it or something, but he owned most of Eugene, Oregon at
He
one time.
homesteaded a lot of
He
it.
homesteaded it. It was Fur Butte, it was called.
Okay.
And he donated part of the land that the university's built on. That was part of the old homestead.
What are some of your favorite aunts and uncles that you remember?
Well, Aunt Daisy and Uncle Bob, I believe, was our favorite.
And why were they your favorite?
Well, we seen them more, and then they had two daughters that was my age and Deemee's age.
What were their names?
Dorothy, she lives down in Sunset on a boat down here in California, and Thelma is in Ogden, Utah. But and Aunt Jane, Mama's older sister, we didn't have much. We'd go there and we'd stay overnight, or maybe 2 or 3 days. We would take turns. And Uncle George, that was Aunt Jane's husband, he had a big, oh, they owned a lot of property, and he put it in a huge, great big garden of all kinds. And when we went there for the few days that we went, they'd the kids had all picked vegetables, and we'd go out and sell them, and we could keep the money that we got from the vegetables.
Okay. Are there any other aunts and uncles that you remember?
Oh yes, I remember my father's sister. They were Aunt May was the oldest girl, and Uncle Charlie was her second husband, and he was New Zealander,
Maori.
Maori. He was part descended from a Maori princess.
How did he tell us a story about that?
Well, his grandfather went to on a mission to the Mormon Church to New Zealand, and he taught among the Maoris. And like some stupid young man, he did something he shouldn't do. He got a Maori princess in the family way. So they got in touch with the authorities in Salt Lake, and they sent some of the authorities down there, and they made this your young man marry this princess, and then he brought her back to Ogden, and that was my uncle Charlie's grandmother.
Yeah, and they lived up in Huntsville.
They lived up in Huntsville, but he was he was a wonderful man. He was just the nicest man that ever was.
Okay. Were there any others?
Aunt Vivi, she was we remember as being all right, but and Uncle Homer, that was her husband. They had two boys, Darwin and Delbert, and we used to go visit them a lot and eat there. And it was Papa's younger sister, but she used to. Maybe that's where Beverly got her little ornery business from. Deemy one time cut her finger, and Aunt Vivi told her if she'd put salt on it, it would heal it. And you know how salt burns. And Deemy laid all day in the little creek beside our house with her finger in that creek to get that salt out of her finger.
Okay. Now, also, you had told me there were some relatives that apparently were married to a movie star.
Well, that was
Stinger.
my married. After I got married.
We'll get into that. Uh, let's talk about something exciting here, your dating experiences.
Oh,
Okay. How old were you when you were first asked out on a date?
I think I was 13.
Who was the lucky boy?
I think his name was, can't remember his first name. It was Jensen. His last name is Jensen. He was a tall blonde.
Did you go out on the date with him?
Oh, we just went with a bunch of kids up for a ride up Topanga Canyon. There was a whole group of us on a picnic.
Okay. When was the real first date that you had then, when you went out by yourself?
Well, I I think I met Horace then,
Okay.
and he was a very polite, very nice. He was a what you call a nasty nice person. He was so nice, and but he was so tall and so thin. He looked like he'd been run over by one of those street rollers that they roll the pavement with, and picked up, and you put your fingers in his mouth and poked his cheeks out. He was so thin. But I went with him, and we went to the picture show. We used to go and sit in the lodges, and then it he gave me for my first birthday. He gave me a beautiful big turtleneck white sweater.
What were some of the other boys that you had dated?
Well, I
Remember their
went
names?
with a rival of his that was named McGuire. His father owned a transfer business too, and he was redheaded. And he had a Cleveland car, and he used to let me drive his car. And but we used to. It was nearly always a picture show you'd go to.
Was that normally what you did on a date, was go to the show?
Yes, go to
And
the
what'd you
show.
do after the show? Did you go get a soda or something?
Maybe we'd go get a piece of pie or something like that.
Mhm. Okay, was there anything that you like to do in particular that you never got the chance to do on a date?
No, not really, except with Horace. He never danced. But we used to, in those days, they'd go with a group of people and you dance with one another's partners. They aren't like today where you just dance with the one person. And we went to the Christmas time. He'd give me a wristwatch, but I'd already made a date with another fellow. And my father made me go out with him because he said Horace was a nice fella and he'd give me that lovely watch and everything. I said, well, I'll go out with him, but I won't come home with him. So I just did that. We went to the Santa Monica Ballroom, and I danced with all the other fellows and everything. And then this here fellow that I had previously made a date with come in, and I went up and asked Horace to give me to get my coat from the cloakroom, and that I was going home with so and so. So he was got mad at me.
Were there any real turkeys that you ever went out with?
Yes.
What happened and who were they?
Well, I went out with one fellow from school, and he got kind of fresh with me, and he wouldn't take me home. So we was way up near Topanga Canyon on the beach, just parked at the side of the road, and I got out and walked home.
All the way from
Clear
Topanga?
from Topanga Canyon to 11th and Pico.
How long did it take you to get home?
Oh, it took me a good hour and a half, I guess.
And what'd your dad say when you got home?
Well, I didn't dare tell him. My dad had gone and beat him up.
Who was the first boy that got to kiss you?
Oh, I kissed. There was a. These people came from Ogden, Utah, and it was in Ogden. I think I was about 8 years old, and his name was Tommy Clark.
Mm-hmm.
And his father used to work for my father, and he took me We just walked around the block and everything, and we sit on a porch of a new house they was building, and he put his arm around me and kissed me.
Oh. Now, describe your first real kiss. Who was it?
I really believe I remember.
Okay. Did you ever have any other experiences or stories that happened to you when you were dating?
No, he was the only one that ever was, fellow was ever really fresh with me that I walked home on.
Okay. Let's talk about your parents for a few minutes. I want you to describe, I know we talked briefly about it, but describe in a little more detail what your father looked like.
Well, my father was a very pleasant looking man. I guess he'd been at one time very handsome, but I never remember of him having too much hair because he wasn't really bald, but he's very thin on top.
And what color was his hair?
And his hair was kind of light.
Mhm.
Wasn't blonde, but it was a light hair. And he had blue eyes. And
Bushy eyebrows?
no, he didn't have bushy. He just had nice eyebrows. And he was a warm person. He was loved us children very much, and he was always very good to us.
How tall was he?
He was about I imagine he was about 5 foot.
He was between 9 and 10.
Nine
Very
and 10.
muscular.
He was a very well built man because he'd been a lumberjack and he'd worked on the Lucine cutoff and he did an awful lot of heavy work.
Okay, and what type of clothing did he wear majority of the time?
Well, when we went out any place, he always wore a suit.
Three-piece or two-piece?
Three-piece. They always wore a boy's best in those days.
Mm-hmm.
And then he used to wear his regular work clothes, which was nice, wasn't sloppy or anything when he was went to work.
Mm-hmm. All right, and tell me about your mother.
My mother was always a little heavy. I guess it was the children that made her heavy. And she was a very nice looking woman. And she had very dark hair. It was raven black hair.
How long was it?
Well, it used to get down pretty near to her waist.
Did she wear it down like that all the
No,
time?
she wore it up in bobs and knots up on her head, and she never wore it down. And she was uh, she was a very pleasant woman, and she always dressed very nice.
Was she lightly complected or
No,
dark?
she was an olive kind of a little like olive complexion, and not real dark. And she had this beautiful raven black hair,
Very
and
small,
What color eyes?
she had real dark brown eyes.
very small feet and legs, and
She had
only
very small feet.
barely 5 foot.
Okay. All right, what were some of the ways that your parents showed you that they loved you?
Well, they would kiss us, and we'd sit on their lap sometimes, and they never was mean to us, and they never hollered and yelled or anything. And when we was little, I remember Mama used to get bronchitis quite bad, and she'd get hoarse. She'd lose her voice. So there was a wash tub hung on the out the back by the back door, and she used to take a big spoon from the kitchen and hit that tub to call us kids in.
Is there any one event that expressed their love to you the most?
I think their actions. They just we knew that they loved us.
What were some of the special qualities about your father?
Well, he was tender, and he loved my mother very much. And like I said before, that we were never allowed to talk back to my mother or be harsh or loud around her. He was always a very sweet and polite man.
Huh? Did he openly show affection to your mother? Or
Oh
kiss
yes,
her?
he'd always kiss her and hold her on his lap and everything like that. he played little tricks on her all the time.
What were some of those?
Well, when they was first married, they in them days they had the tablecloths that hung clear to the floor on tables, and she was hurrying to get dinner on the table before he got home, the nice things, on the table. And so he'd come home a little early, and so he crawled under the dining room table and hid under that tablecloth. And when she come through, she'd made a cake that day, and she come through with the cake in her hands to put it on the table. And just as she started to put it on the table, he reached out and went like a cat at her feet. And she jumped and screamed and hollered and kicked and carried on and throwed the cake, and it went clear across the floor, rolled across the floor, and hit the wall and never crumbed even. And my father said she scared him to death. He said he never tried that trick again.
Okay. Now, what did your father do for a living?
He was a contractor and a carpenter, and he did all kind of cabinet work, but he built the house from the ground up. And he had a cabinet shop. Before I was born, he owned a cabinet shop, but down on Washington Boulevard, right off of 22nd Street. And he his name was up on the side of that building when I was, after my mother died. It was still there because
There in '67 when we went.
and it was just his name was right up on that building.
Okay, now you said that he was also a contractor. What were some of the other things that he built besides houses?
Well, he built an awful lot of the Mormon churches, helped build a lot of the Mormon churches, and that was before he became a member. But everybody thought he was a member because he always attended church. He did everything for the church and that. And he built the big cement factory up near Salt Lake and in the canyon up there. And then he built the church house in Huntsville, Utah, up in the canyon.
Now, didn't something happen with the Huntsville chapel?
Well, that was years later when Genevieve and Stella and I went to Utah to visit Aunt Daisy. That was Mama's baby sister. She was quite ill, and we drove up there, stayed for a little over 10 days. And they built a eating house and a dance hall, and they had girl strippers that was topless. And the Mormon people didn't like that up there, and they caused them to be closed down a couple of times with these here naked women. And so they burnt the church down,
The Huntsville
the
chapel?
Huntsville Chapel.
Okay. Now, you had said that he had also built a concrete plant,
Yes, cement
a
factory.
cement factory.
It was a Portland cement.
Okay,
And then up in Echo Canyon near the Devil's Slide.
and then also you had said that he worked on the Lucerne cutoff.
Yes,
And what did he do for that?
he was the foreman of the Lucerne Cutoff, and he said many times they'd have to jump into the salt water because the tracks were so narrow that the train had come by so full that bringing supplies and everything that they'd have to jump into the lake to keep from being hit by the train.
Okay. Tell me about your father's personality as far as with you personally. I know you've mentioned that he was kind and loving, but with you personally, do you remember anything special about that relationship between you and him?
Well, I remember he was quite strict, and he he just he was just loving to all of us. He didn't. I think the only one he ever showed a little partiality to was George, and that was because he wanted a son so bad, and he had 3 daughters first, and then when George finally come along, well, he was so thrilled with him that he showed a little preference to George sometimes.
Okay, and when did your father die?
He died in when he was 58 years old, and it was 1936.
Okay, and what were the circumstances of his death?
Well, he got up one morning. He was working for the government of the United States, and he was
What was he doing for them?
they was remodeling the school here at in Santa Monica, the John Adams School. No, it was the Myers School, John Myers, John.
The high school.
What was it? High school anyway, and he that was during the Depression.
He was superintendent over all that work for the whole area.
And he when he got up that morning, he said to my mother, he said, Lizzie, I don't feel very well this morning. She said, well, why don't you stay home, Rob? He said, no, I can't. He said, I have to go and get the meds started. And he said, I've got to get work done. So he went on to work, and she looked up in about 15 minutes and heard the car drive in the driveway. And she rushed out to see what's the matter. And she helped him out of the car, and she got him in the house. And my one sister was home, and she got hold of my other sister, and the doctor came, but he couldn't do anything for him. He died right away. It was a heart attack.
So he died right there in the home.
Mhm.
The last thing he did was told Mama what to do with the keys and who to give the money to, that they had made a collection. A man that had his hand cut off, and then he kissed her goodbye.
All right. What did you like best about your father?
Well, I think I liked that he used to have time for us children. That was so many people don't have time for their children anymore, but Papa always did.
What did he do? When you asked him a question, he said,
Well, yes, he talked to us, and we used to uh, like I said, we didn't have TVs or radios in those days, and he used to sit down, and him and his sister had false teeth, and it was a rarity to us kids, and so we had a big a mirror, a long mirror above our piano, and to entertain us kids, they used to make faces without their teeth in their mouth.
oh, okay. What did you like best about your mother's personality?
Well, she was just a nice, loving person. And I used to, after Papa died, I used to see Mama, oh, an awful lot. I used to see her pretty every day. I had to see her every day. Not always phone her that.
Okay. Uh, Now when did your mother die?
She died in 67.
Okay, and what were the circumstances of her death?
Well, I had taken her over about, oh, maybe 3 months, it was no more, over to Glendale to see her sister that had come out from Ogden to stay with her daughter. And I'd taken her over there for a luncheon.
Which sister was that?
That was Aunt Jane, her oldest sister. And I'd taken her over there. And on the way back, she said, oh, I just itch so bad I can't stand it. And the next morning, she woke up, she had yellow jaundice. So she didn't feel very good. And my brother lived close by her, and he came over, and they took her to the doctor, the hospital, I guess. They took her, and she had, it was from the gallbladder, and they had a debate with the doctors and everything, and they didn't really know what was wrong with her at first. I didn't know, and but she had cancer, and they 6 weeks afterwards, she stayed in the hospital about 6 weeks, and they decided that they could operate on it because it was looked like just started a firm cancer, and but they operated on her, and she died on the operating table.
Let's talk about your mom and dad just for a few minutes and tell me as best as you can what a typical day was like for your father. What time did he get up? What were his habits? What did he do during the day? What time did he get home?
Well, he used to leave for work about 6 o'clock in the morning. He'd get up, and Mom would fix his breakfast for him.
What did he like for breakfast?
I think he always had eggs we
Hot cereal.
well, lots of times we had a hot cereal like cream of wheat or I didn't like rolled oats, but if they had it, I had to eat it. But I liked cream of wheat. We had cream of wheat in that. But and then he'd go to work. And Mom would always put up his lunch, and he'd go to work. And then he'd come home. I imagine it was around 5, 6 o'clock. And the first one that got to him got to eat what he'd left in the lunch pail for him. And one time he brought the lunch pail home, and I'd got to him first, and there was a little glass that had a little bit of jelly in it, and it had a little silver spoon. So I hurried up and ate all that jelly. And while we was at the supper table, Papa said to Mommy, he said, Lizzie, did you get that nice little silver spoon and glass out of my lunch pail? And she said, no, Bertie got it this time. And he said, well, he said, it laid around there for quite some time. He said, there was that colored fellow that had dug that trench for me, the sewer trench. And I got sick at my stomach to think that I ate all that from somebody else, and I thought it was my father's.
Okay, and then what did he do when he got home? Usually just sit down and
Well,
relax?
he usually goes in and he'd wash up and change, and then he'd relax while Mama was probably read the paper or something while Mama was getting dinner. And then we'd all sit down to dinner and have the prayer for the food, and then we'd all eat.
And what do you usually do after dinner?
Well, sometimes we'd go visit, and sometimes we'd just go in the other room and us kids would do what we want to do, and they'd sit and talk or do what we always used to sit around the dining room table.
Okay, what was your dad usually in bed first, or were you kids in bed before Dad went to
We
bed?
had to go to bed at a certain time, us kids did.
Okay. Okay, and what about your mother? What was a typical day for her like?
Well, she'd get up, and if it was school, she'd get us kids off to school,
And
put
did
up
that
her lunch.
involve ironing clothes or
No, she never ironed clothes in the morning. No, she'd do that while we was gone to school or gone away.
for the next day?
Uh-huh. And she'd fix us our breakfast and then put up our lunches. And we'd go to school, and while we was gone, she'd probably wash the day or iron or take care of the children that hadn't gone to school.
Was that a lot of work doing the wash?
Well, we always had a woman living with us. We always had help. My father had enough money that we always had help.
Oh, okay. And then Mom, what time did she finally get to bed?
Well, Mama, she usually was the last one to get in bed, and I don't think it was much after 10 or 10:30 at night.
Um, were there any especially meaningful times that your parents spent with the family?
Well, I think we always spent time with each other. Sunday was a day that we spent at home, and like I said, in the evenings we'd nearly always be home. Sometimes when we were small, us kids would play outside, and then at a certain time we had to come in the house, and we always had to pick up we never were allowed to leave our toys and everything laying around like that, because as I said, we had the toy boxes. But uh, it got so that certain days a week, Mom and Papa used to have these friends come over, and they'd play cards, and then maybe Mom would go to their house one night a week. Mom and Papa would, and then another time they'd come to our place. But us kids had to be quiet.
Uh, Last question regarding your parents. What was one of the most important values that your parents tried to instill in you?
Well, to be honest and to do your share of the work and not backbite someone else and uh, and just be a good person.
Okay. All right. What was you had mentioned some jobs that you had had when you were young. All right. What did you consider your first real job?
Well, the most important job was when I worked in soda fountains, but the real job was when I worked in the laundry because it was hard work.
How many hours a day did you usually work?
I used to work 8 hours.
Did you usually have the day shift or the night shift?
Oh no, day shift.
Day shift. Okay. Okay. Now, what position did you actually hold there, laundry?
Just a worker. I worked
That
on
was your
the
title, a
I worked
worker?
on the mangle. Yeah, just a worker.
Okay. And you said you had made $15 a week?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. Did you ever receive any advancements or promotions?
Yes, after I went to work at Santa Monica Lorbeer's Laundry,
And what was
I
your title then?
just a worker. Well, I worked on the shirt. I ironed the shirts, shirt presser. I was
Okay. And how much did you make there?
$19.
Okay. Now, why did you decide to go into laundry?
There's a little more money.
Okay. Was it an easy available job, or did you have to have some kind of experience, or
No, I was a regular greenhorn when I first took the job.
okay? And what is it exactly that you did in your job? The sheets went through the press and you folded
The
them?
first time I worked at the laundry, you have this great big mangle, as it's called, and it takes two people to put it through. You have to shake it and make it all straight and everything, and lay it on the mangle. They had kind of they were cloth straps, but they're woven, and it carried the sheet through the mangle. And then when that you just kept putting those through, and then you put tablecloths, and then you'd put there'd be three of you working across. You'd put towels in and hand towels and everything. And then when you worked on the other side, when these sheets come out, you'd if they was coming fast, you'd have to hang them on a pole, lay them down nice and straight on the pole. Then you'd hurry up and fold them, and you had to shake them and get them real nice, and then fold them like they do.
What did people do? Bring in their clothes, their
Well,
laundry for a
trucks
week?
used to go around and pick up the laundry.
So was it private or commercial?
It was well, it was I think it was a little bit of both. They did commercial as well as family.
Did you ever get to press any underwear?
No, I used to iron. Yeah, it was a big press. I used to iron the men's BVDs then they
Oh, all
wore.
right.
And we always used to imagine sometimes we get great big ones for fat men, and then we'd get smaller ones. We used to imagine what people looked like that wore them.
Okay, let's talk about your courtship. Now, how many times were you married?
I've been married twice, but I was married first time for over 40 years.
Okay. All right, let's talk about your first husband. All right, and what is his name?
Henry Horace Webb.
Okay. Now tell me about the circumstances of your first meeting, Henry.
Well, he was in high school, but his friend lived right across the street from the junior high school. And
Do you remember his name?
I can't remember it now. And I went to school with his sister named Mildred. Um, he come by and see me one time. He met me through Mildred, and he liked me. And he told this here fellow that he said, "I'm going to marry that girl." And here he was only about 15 himself. And so they introduced us to him, and his father had a Hudson touring car, and he on the weekends and evenings, he'd work for his dad. They owned a storage, van and storage, and moving company, and he worked for them. And his dad used to let him drive the car, and we'd go for a little ride and something. And I used to take Deanie and Suter with me, my sister and her husband. And then, oh, I went with him quite a while, but after I'd made him mad about going with the other fellow at the dance, coming home with him, well, we didn't go together again for quite some time.
What was your first impression of him?
Well, he was very, very nice. Just, he was so nice it didn't seem real. Very polite and everything.
Okay. Tell me what a typical date was with him.
Well, he used to come pick me up, and the kids would all stand around and peek around the corners of the door to look at him. And then we'd nearly always he asked me which show I wanted to go to, and I'd tell him, and then we'd go to the show. And we had 4 nice shows down in some in Santa Monica, down in Ocean Park, and we'd always sit in the lodges. And then after we'd come out, we'd go someplace and maybe have either ice cream or a piece of pie or something. And then we'd come home and sit out in front and talk for a while. And then, of course, we couldn't be out too late. We had to come in at a certain time. We had a curfew.
Okay. What were some of the special characteristics about him that made you fall in love with him?
Well, just because he was nice.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
Just because he was nice.
Uh-huh.
Nothing else.
He was very bashful.
Did you like that?
Well, I thought it was kind of funny because the other boys were never bashful.
Okay. Okay. When did you know that you were in first, or when did you first know that you were in love with him?
Mm. When he kept asking me to marry.
Okay. Now describe that proposal to me and how you accepted it. Where were you at and how did it happen?
Well, we was in the car, and at first he said, "How would you like to live with me?" And I was horrified. And he said, "Well, I mean, get married." And I said, "Oh, we're too young. My mother and father would kill us if we did that."
How old were you at the time?
I was 15. And he he said, well, his mother and father wouldn't care for it very well either, but he was tired of living home.
And how old was he?
He was 19. And we then he kept it up and kept it up, and so finally we just went to Santa Ana and got married. And then we didn't tell Mama for quite some time. And then she put an ad in the paper and said I was married the year before. Announcement.
Oh, is that right?
Yes,
How did she finally find out that you were married?
I told her.
And what'd she say?
Oh, I had a fit. Her and Papa did.
How long
Papa
had
didn't
how
say.
long had you been married before you told her?
I don't think I told her till about in June. We was married in March.
So quite a few months went by.
We was looking around for a place and saving up money, you know, to get a house.
Weren't you horrified that one of these days your mother was going to find out?
Yes, I was. I was more scared of Mama than I was of Papa
And so what finally made you decide to go in and tell your mother?
because we wanted to get a house together. We found a house.
So how did you break the news to your parents?
I just told them, and then Mama had a fit.
What'd she say?
Oh, she called him all kind of names and everything like that. Papa said, now, Liz, just quiet down. Said, what's done is done. But they wanted to get an annulment and everything else.
So what happened the first time your new husband came over with you?
Oh, they liked him, but they didn't like it because we was married.
Okay. So I don't believe you ever told me, how did you accept his proposal? You told me that you were horrified when he asked you to live with him.
Yes, I was. And but then he just kept badgering me and badgering me. So finally, I did.
You just gave in.
Uh,
Did you think it was a good idea, or were you
well, I
hesitant?
thought it was funny. You know, it was kind of romantic. You know, run away and get married.
How did? Well, we'll get into that in just a
I
minute.
stood in line with about 15 other couples to get married.
Okay. What was the favorite endearment that he used to call you?
Or he called me sweetheart or honey or something like that.
And when did you call him?
I called him lots of things.
Can't repeat any of them?
That's right.
Oh, okay. I hope they were good though. Okay. All right. What were your parents' first impressions of him when they first met him?
Oh, they thought he was nice because he was nice.
What impressed them?
Very polite and
His
everything
polite.
because he was polite.
Okay. All right. When you met your future in-laws, what were your first impressions
I
of
never
them?
met my future in-laws for a couple of years
Why is that?
because they were so stupid.
Why?
They were just they would have taken killed him. He had a sister and a brother, and they objected to any one of them getting married. I don't know why, but they did. They were very odd people.
And
Very odd.
so years went by then, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about your marriage.
I think it was a Tuesday. It was March the 21st,
What year?
1926.
Okay. And where did you actually get married at?
Indiana
And where at?
courthouse.
Okay. And who performed the ceremony?
Justice of the peace.
And did he happen to give you any counsel when you got married?
Nope. He just in a hurry to get all the line out of the building
Okay. Why was there a line?
because everybody had the same idea, I guess.
Okay. All right. And who attended the ceremony?
Just him and me.
Okay. Who were your witnesses?
I think it was just the court clerk.
Okay. What did you think of that type of ceremony?
I didn't think anything of it because I'd never seen a big marriage before. Anyway, only maybe in a movie.
So it really didn't affect you
No.
one way or the other? Okay. Did you envision in your mind your first marriage having any wedding
No, I
gown or
never really
church?
did.
Did you make any preparations for this
No,
marriage?
I didn't buy any special dress or anything. I just wore a good dress I had.
How did you arrange this, being that you hadn't told your parents?
Well, we was just going someplace. That was all.
Okay, so you got married on a date? Is that what you had told your parents?
On a day off. Get a day off. So
Okay.
I'd work. I was working at the laundry then.
You, okay. All right. Did you make any preparations whatsoever?
No, not really.
Okay. Did you go on a honeymoon?
Nope,
Years later, did you go on a honeymoon?
never did.
Never did. What are your favorite memories of your wedding day?
I don't really have any.
Were you excited that you had gotten married?
Yes, I felt funny. You know, wonder what was going to happen.
Wondering how you're going to explain it to your parents?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anyone else know that you were getting married?
No.
It was a secret all that time. After they found out and your parents put the ad in the paper that you had been married a year earlier, did anyone bring you over any gifts or
Mama gave me a shower, and a few people came, but not.
did you get anything that you still remember today that you were receiving?
Well, Yes, the one thing his mother gave me was a big cut glass vase. It was a kind of a fluted one, and I give that to my daughter-in-law.
Okay. All right, since you've had an interesting wedding, what would be some of the advice that you'd leave to your posterity regarding marriage?
Well, I think you should leave it into your own mind. Do whatever you desire.
You think that there's a certain age that you should or shouldn't get married at?
Well, I think a person should be at least 21 or 2 because you've missed when you get married so young, and that you miss a lot of the enjoyment of the school, being graduated from school and going to the proms and everything like that. I think you miss that. You really miss your the most important years of your life when you get married too young, I think.
Right now, when you first married and your parents finally found out, where did you live at your first home?
I lived down in Venice. The canals were still in Venice, and I lived on Millwood down in Venice.
Okay. And what was that like, setting up your first new home?
Oh, it was kind of interesting.
Did you have anything to set up home with?
Yes, I'd had an IWW chest that's I Wonder When.
Hmm.
We'd Jamie and I both had one, and Mama had given me an old trunk she had one time. It had a little round top on it, and I had made dish towels and different things in that, and luncheon cloths and tablecloths and everything like that. And I had things to.
How much, I imagine you rented your first home.
Oh yes,
How much was rent for your first home a month?
I think we paid $25.
Was that a lot of money?
Oh yes, that's a lot in those days.
Nice. And how many bedrooms was it?
One bedroom and the living room and a bathroom and a little kitchen.
Okay. All right. Your home routine when you first married, what was that like?
Well, he would get up and go to work, and I'd stay home and I'd go down to Venice and the grocery store, or I'd get on the bus and go to Mama's or that. And it was just wasn't much to do. You do your housework and everything. That was all.
So you still continued to work after you got your first home?
Uh, and for a while, yes.
And then what made you stay home after that?
Well, when you get pregnant.
You got pregnant?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. What were some of the adjustments that you had to make when you were newlyweds?
Well, you have to kind of get used to the other person's habits.
What was it that really bothered you about your new husband's
He
habits?
wanted to sleep naked, and I wouldn't let him.
Why is that?
Oh, I just would never used to anything like that, and I wouldn't let him. I made him wear pajamas.
All right. Was there anything else that bothered you about his habits?
Well, at first I used to cook pretty good meals, but then once a week I used to make mulligan stew because my mother made it, and I loved it.
What is mulligan stew?
You make it with a round steak. You cut it up, and then put uh, you boil it and put potatoes and it's kind of like a soup really, but the potatoes that you used to get years ago would all go kind of mushy in the and oh, it was delicious. And then one time I asked him, I said, "Would you bring home some steak tonight?" He said, "What are you gonna make?" And I said, "Mulligan stew." He said, "Can't we have something else?" And I said, "Why don't you like it?" And he said, "No, I don't." So I never made it after that.
Were there any other habits that you wish you could have changed any?
No, I guess not.
What bothered him about you?
I don't know.
Never told you, huh?
No.
Okay. To better make ends meet, describe some of the methods that you used to be thrifty.
Well, you never overbought,
Hmm?
but you used to try and get your staples like your bread and potatoes and things like that, once a week, and that would save money.
Did you always have enough money to make ends meet when you first got married?
Yes, uh-huh.
Now you both worked, correct?
Yeah, for a while I did.
Okay. Now you were working at the laundry.
No, I was working at the soda fountain.
Okay. And where was he working?
He was working at his father's place, the transfer business.
And what was he doing there?
He was a dispatcher and the mechanic for the trucks.
Okay. Talking about cooking for a moment, did you ever have any cooking disasters when you first married?
No, because I knew how to cook.
Did he know how to cook at all?
No,
Did he ever attempt any meals?
never.
Okay. What were his comments about your meals?
He never ever said anything when we was first married, never.
Advice that you would give your future in-laws after being married.
Just don't have nothing to do with them.
Uh, let's go back to your wedding day. Tell me, what type of dress were you wearing that day?
I had a brown satin dress.
Had you made it yourself?
No, I bought it.
Mhm.
And it had little real mink tails of on the front of it, like a little old rosette, three of them, and it had long sleeves on it, and it was a real pretty. Yeah, it wasn't too dark a brown; it was a lighter brown, and I had my high heels on, silk stockings again.
And how was your hair that day?
I used to just kind of wave it.
Hmm. Okay. And what did the groom look like?
He had on a navy blue suit.
Three-piece or
No,
two-piece?
just two-piece.
Okay. And you were 15 when you married, correct? Okay.
50, about 15 and a half.
Did you have any interesting experiences after you had gotten married and you were living together before the children came along?
No, not really.
Now let's talk about your children. Okay, give me the name of your first child, full name.
Ella Louise Webb,
Okay, and what was her birthday?
August the 27th, or January the 27th, 1927,
And where was she born?
up in Portland, Oregon.
Okay, now why was she born in Portland, Oregon? You were living in Ocean Park when you first married, correct?
Venice.
In Venice.
Well, my folks went to Oregon to visit their relatives, and I went along with them.
Okay. All right. Now, relate to me some of the circumstances surrounding the birth of Ella.
I had a horrible time.
Well, why is that?
Well, she was a terrible birth, and I didn't know anything about anything. I was a very ignorant girl.
Hadn't your mother told you anything about
No, she
pregnant?
never told me anything. And the doctors had said I just had the cramps. Well, I never had the cramps in my life. Never did, even after I had my other children. And I didn't know what to expect. I thought the Lord was sure punishing me. And I labored for over 3 days.
Where
Finally, the worst labor was a whole day.
where did you labor at home?
And no, in the hospital up in Portland.
Okay. What hospital was that?
I don't know the name of it. It was on the north side of of Portland.
Why had they let you labor for 3 days?
That's the way they used to.
Okay, and then finally the time came when you had the baby.
Oh, yes, I had a horrible time. I screamed and hollered, and everybody in the place knew that something was happening.
Okay, but again, that's because you didn't know a lot of what was
Yes.
happening. And then came out Ella, and what'd you think?
Well, I would have liked a boy first, but of course I got a girl, and she was a nice little girl.
What did she look like to you when you first saw her?
Well, she didn't have much hair. She was just a little baby to me, that was all.
Okay, and how did you name her?
I named her after two girls that I knew. That was
Okay, who were the girls that you knew?
friends of mine that I had met and known. One's name was Ellen, the other name was Louise, and I named it so they would name her Eloise, But she didn't like that name when she got old enough, and so she just had them call her Ella.
Oh, okay, but is her name really one name, Ella
No,
Louise?
it's kind of two names.
Mm-hmm.
It's Ella Louise, but she didn't want to be called that. So
Eloise.
she didn't want to be called that.
Okay. All right. Let's do your other children right now. What was your next child?
Normally, pretty near 3 years later.
And what was her full name?
It was Norma Lee. It's all one name.
Okay. And what was her birthday?
Uh, April the 16th, 1930.
Okay. And where was she born?
She was born in Venice, California.
Okay. All right. Now, why don't you relate some of the circumstances surrounding her birth?
Well, during the Depression, we lived over in Santa Monica on California Street. We'd moved over there, and jobs were just hard to get, and he wasn't working, and so I wouldn't have lived with his folks, but they didn't have room anyway. But my folks didn't have room for both of us. So I moved back with Ella to Mama's house, to my mother's. And I was living down on Brooks Avenue with my parents when she was born. And my father was working over at Sierra Madre. And he said he just felt something was happening that time. So he came on home that night. But I labored, I guess it was about 18 hours with Ella.
I
And
remember that
normally.
they'd take me to the hospital, and Horace came to see you,
Mm-hmm.
and I said, "Oh, Papa just took her to the hospital. It's away."
And
So was that birth easier for you?
no, it was still very hard birth. And so I carried on, made faces at the doctor, and did everything. And my mother said she wouldn't have missed it for a circus.
So out came Normally, and what'd you think when she was born?
Well, I still had wanted a son, but she weighed 9 pounds.
Big
She
baby.
was a good baby.
Yeah. Did you say that was enough, or did you still want more kids after
Well,
that?
I wanted a son. I think it's very important to have a son. And she I hadn't picked out a girl's name, so I liked Norma Shears, the movie actress. And then the nurse that I had there was very nice, so I named her Norma Lee after the nurse.
The nurse's name was Lee.
Lee, and I named her after Norma Shears and Lee after the nurse.
Oh, interesting. Okay, and the next child, who was that?
Leslie Milton Webb.
Okay, and when was he born?
15 years later.
And what was the date?
It was April the 6th, 1945.
And the place of birth?
Was in Santa Monica St. John's Hospital.
Okay, why had so many years gone by? Was that a surprise?
Well, the doctor said I just couldn't have any more children.
Okay.
And I tried and tried and tried, and so finally, during the war over at North American, where Horace had worked at the time, they had a kind of an epidemic of the measles. and he got the measles, and had it quite bad, and it settled in his kidneys, and he had albumin and pus in his kidneys and everything. So Dr. Snow made him go on a very strict diet. He had to quit smoking and everything, and I got pregnant. So I was real thrilled about it.
Mhm.
First he wasn't, but then when Leslie was born, he was very thrilled.
Okay, describe to me what each of your children looked like at birth, starting with Ella. How did they bring the baby in later, or did you see Ella as soon as she was
No, you
born?
didn't see it later, till later.
Okay, and what'd you think when the nurse walked in with Ella?
Well, she just looked like a baby. There wasn't anything special about her.
Well, having been your first, did you
First,
check the toes and fingers first?
no, I didn't with her, and I didn't with Ella
What was
or
your
Darby.
what was your first comment about Ella? Did you open the blanket up and look at her? And,
They wouldn't let you.
okay.
And well, it was just a baby. That was all.
Okay. What were your first comments about Normally?
Well, she was a big baby. She was kind of tall, right from birth.
Did you check her fingers and toes?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't have sense enough.
Okay, what about with Leslie?
Leslie, I looked at him all over, and he had funny little toes, and I thought he had an extra toe. I didn't count them, but I thought they were extra. So when the doctor came in that morning, I said, Dr. Snow, he's got extra toes. He said, Bertie, he has not. And I said, well, I sure he did. And then he showed me that they were just kind of turned under, and that he didn't have an extra toe. But he weighed 11 pounds and 1 ounce. He was the largest baby born in Santa Monica or St. John's Hospital for years.
Did all of them have lots of hair when they were born?
I don't think Normally had much hair, but Ella had a little bit of hair, but Leslie had a lot of hair. He had an awful lot.
Were they all pudgy babies?
Leslie was, he looked just like Johnny Leisure.
Who was
Did you
Johnny
ever know?
Leisure?
He was a he was a heavy-set man at the Mormon church, and he looked just like him.
Okay,
That's all I
was that
thought
a
about.
compliment, or was that?
Well, that's all I thought about was he looked just like Johnny Leisure.
Okay. Let's jump up a little and tell me describe each of your children at 2 years.
Ella was a very cute little thing. She used to stand on one foot and hold the other one up like a chicken.
Why did she do that?
I don't know. She always had cute little Dutch cat blonde hair. She was real blonde. And she had little blonde hair, and she was a very pretty little thing. And then Normally was a cute little baby, but she was practically bald-headed.
Even at 2 years?
And she didn't really have much hair until she was about 3 years old. Beverly, my sister, used to wave it in waves, so it looked like a little girl.
And Leslie?
And Leslie, he had an awful lot of hair. And he was a very nice-looking baby. And but so many people thought he was a girl because he had so much hair and was so pretty. But he never did double and triple his weight like babies do because he weighed so much when he was born. He was 10 months.
Tell me now, let's talk about some little things of interest. Do you remember any of the first words that any of your children said?
Well, I tried to teach him mom and dad, mama and dada. But I think Normally said dada first before she said mama, and grandma was mad.
Probably Papa.
Well, I think that's what she meant it by. But my mother was mad because I was still living with her, and she wanted to say mama. And but Leslie, he talked when he could say mama, dada when he was 6 months old.
Okay. What was Ella's personality like when she was growing up?
She was a very nice, quiet little child. She was very shy.
And normally?
Well, she just did about what everybody else did. My mama took care of her while I worked.
And Leslie?
Leslie was a a very nice child, very pleasant, and he was a very good little child.
Did any of your children have any illnesses?
Oh, Leslie had the whooping cough when he was tiny.
How'd you get that?
Well, we took him to the doctor's office to get his checkup, and some stupid woman come in with her child with whooping cough, and the nurse didn't put her in the room where sick people should go. And Leslie caught it, and Dr. Snow come out, and oh, he just raised Cain with the nurse. She hadn't. So Leslie got the whooping cough.
Um, Now, there was an illness that Normally got later on in her life,
Well,
right?
she was 9.5, and we'd been to, it was a decoration day just before then, and we'd been up to Big Bear, and she'd brought a lot of pretty little rocks and pine cones and things home. She was taking them to school that morning, and she fell. She tripped and fell, and there was glass in the grass in the at the curbing, and it cut her hand clear across the middle. And we rushed her up to the doctor, and he sewed it up. But then it wasn't too long after that that she took awfully sick, and she couldn't use her arm. It just hung down at her side and everything. And the doctor said she just had the flu when I'd called him, but she just kept getting worse and worse. And it wasn't until uh, real later on in the year that I found out that she'd had polio. The nurse that lived next door to my mother had told me to take her into the orthopedic hospital, and she had had polio, and that's what caused her to have trouble with her arm. And she wore her arm in a brace for pretty near 2 years, airplane brace they called it. And I put zippers in her coats and down the sleeve and everything so she could wear her coats and that. But she was very good about it. She rode her little tricycle and she mowed the lawn and everything. And people was going to have me arrested because I made her mow the lawn. I said I didn't make her do anything. She could do anything she wanted. And at the hospital, they told me, they said, "Don't you realize the seriousness of your child?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "There's nothing wrong with her." I said, "She can do more things than you can." But they thought I should have kept her from doing things. But I let her go ahead and do things, and there isn't anything she can't do.
Mhm. Now, did she ever overcome this illness?
No, she could use her arm, but she could never use her fingers. She could never move her fingers. One finger just barely moves, and the other, so they operated on her wrist at the orthopedic hospital and fused the bones. They call it orthodesis of the wrist. And that fused the bones so that her hand didn't hang down, so that it uh, was kind of stiff at the wrist so that she could use the hand to carry things and do everything with.
Okay. All right. Did any of your children have any special talents
No, they didn't.
or abilities?
They tried to take piano lessons and dancing. Normally wanted to take piano lessons so bad, but seeing that she couldn't use her left hand at all, her fingers, that the piano teachers, I got two of them, they just couldn't teach her anything. So they told me not to. And Ella loved to sing, and she was always off key. And she couldn't really, she loved to play the piano, but she just couldn't get it into her. I guess she was like me later on in life because she didn't, I don't think she had a musical ear. And the teacher told me I was just wasting my money. And Leslie was too lazy to practice.
Did any of them have any accomplishments?
Well, Ella and Armlee was both married, and they did little jobs and worked in that. Armlee worked at Hughes in different places. And but Leslie, he uh, made something of himself because he went on a mission for the church, and then he served in the service. And I was very grateful that they didn't send him over to Vietnam.
Now, didn't he have some accomplishments in high school? Wasn't he
Oh
a
yes,
swimmer?
he broke the record at that they had at Venice High School, and he held the record for years of swimming. And then when he was 12 years old, he won a medal at the Culver City pool for free hand swimming. Is that what they call it? And he won a medal for that.
Did you ever have any problems with any of your children?
Well, once when Leslie was 15, I call it running away, but he said he just went on a trip, him and his buddy.
Who was
One
his buddy?
Kirk Robinson from the Westdale Ward. And they were very good buddies. But one of the other boys, Tommy, I can't remember his last name, he's the one that made up the trip to go. But when it come to the actual going, he chickened out. So Leslie went down and they went to school in the morning. And then he went down to the bank and drawed out his money out of the bank. And him and Kirk went down to San Diego and down to Tijuana. They just walked across the border, Tijuana, and took the train from Caliente down to Mexico. And then they went all around Mexico City and everything, and then their money started running out. And they got pretty hungry. So they phoned, they met a man that come over. They was hiding around the big fountain that's right in the middle of Mexico City. And this here man come over and talked to him, and neither one of them could talk Mexican, but he could talk a little bit of American, the man did. And he had a milk route. And the boys told him where they were from, and he said, well, could he take them any place? And they told him they wanted to go to the Mormon church, but they called it a school down there, not a church. So the man took them down to the Mormon church, the mission down there, and let them out. And as soon as they got in the mission house, they took all their clothes off but their underwear and kept them. They wouldn't let them have them. And in the meantime, everybody at the Westdale Ward and I'd phoned the court or the court master at San Francisco and at Pedro and all over, and I'd phoned my friend that had a sister in Catalina, and we looked for him all over. And finally, they phoned from the mission. They phoned and let us know that he was down there. So we told him to send him back and that we would pay him the money. And they said no, they couldn't send him back because they didn't have any passports, and they couldn't get back into the United States. So they said they'd have to get back the same way they came. They would lend them money to get back, but the kids would have to pay the money back themselves. So they got clear back to San Diego, and the police picked him up at 2 o'clock in the morning for being out after curfew. And instead of phoning up right away, the police wouldn't phone until 12 o'clock the next day. They was getting ready to shave their heads to put him to transfer him to the reform school. And they said, your mother and father don't want you, they beat you. And the kids couldn't make them understand that their parents didn't beat them. So they took them each in a room together, and the crazy things must have had a mind that coincided with each other, because finally they told the officers that they had had a fight with their girlfriends, and those stupid officers had believed them, and that's why they come away. So as soon as I heard about it, I was working, but his father was sick at home because he couldn't put up with it because Leslie'd run away. The boy that he was supposed to have gone with told such lies about him. About the boys said they hated us and they didn't like it at home and everything. So we flew down there and picked up the boys, and all the boys were just thrilled to death to see us. They told us both parents wouldn't have to come, that one family could get the two boys. And so I told him, I said, look, Leslie, you've got everything you need at home. There's two cars and everything. And I said, we always is good to you. But so I said, the next time you decide to leave home, I'll not come looking for you.
Okay. Tell me about Ella, when she decided to leave home.
Well, she met this here fellow that is her was her husband,
And what's his name?
Richard Ellis, and she met him at the. I used to let him go to the roller drum up by us,
And
and
now, was his name Richard Ellis or Charles?
Richard, wasn't it Charles Richard Ellis?
Yeah, okay.
And so she met him up to the roller drum. He was in the Navy, and he'd been married and has been divorced. So she started bringing him home, and on his he'd get leave every time from San Diego. He was down in San Diego, and he'd get leave all the time. And instead of going down in Venice to his mother's place to stay, she'd make him a bed on the couch. Till finally, I stopped her. I said, "Ella, no." But just before that, they'd gone away over one weekend, and she never come back. She was gone all night. And oh, I was mad because that's something you didn't do in our house.
How old was she then?
She was 18. That's something you didn't do at our house. So she was still living at home, so she had to go by the rules. So when she come in the door, there was a chair sitting right by the door, and I flipped her over that arm of that chair, and I blistered her backside real good. And she was just horrified. Ricky was too.
Oh, he was with her?
Yes. And I said, just why did you stay away? She said, well, we went down to Tijuana and we couldn't get a bus back. So I didn't really believe it, but what can you do? So then Ricky kept staying at our house 2 or 3 nights, overnight, sleeping on the couch. So this night I said, look, Ricky cannot stay and sleep all night at our house anymore. I said, what do you think the neighbors think when they see him coming out here all the time? And so she said, well, if he can't stay, I won't either. I'm going with him. I said, go ahead. There's the door. So she just left, and then we didn't see him for about 3 days. And then they come back crying and bawling that they got married down in Tijuana and they wanted to come back and visit us, be friends with us. So I accepted them.
Okay. All right. Did anything happen interesting the normally?
Well, she'd go out a little bit, but she always had to have a chaperone with her. Ella used to go with her. She never went out with boys alone.
Why was that?
She just was afraid of the consequences, I guess. And she never really went with a person to have a boyfriend until she met Reuben Race at school. And then she started going with him, and then he got drafted into the service. And he they just corresponded. Theirs was a correspondence love affair, and they decided they wanted to get married. And then when he come on back from school, he went on, come back from the war. He went back to school, and graduated from school, and they just kept going together. And finally, they wanted to get married, and she was just 17. And so I said, well, that was all right. I'd rather have a good girl married than a bad girl running around. So we let her get married.
Okay. Uh, Tell me a little bit about your philosophy as a mother in regards to your child rearing.
Well, I tried to rear my children like my mother did. To make them mine, they had to be taught to mind, and you should teach your children and with what you do, and that you should bring them up in a religion, and we always went to church and everything. And to be honest, and that's about what you could do, just teach them right from wrong.
What did you want your children to grow up to become?
Well, that was their choice.
You never hinted towards
No, I never pushed them one way or the other.
Okay. What was your husband's philosophy on child rearing?
He didn't have much of philosophy. I really made the children mind.
Do you remember let's see, what were some of the major challenges that you felt that you had raising your children at the times that they were born?
Well, we didn't have too hard a time then because we didn't have the bad things that they have nowadays, the dope and all that. I guess it was around, but we didn't have it because my children always went to church and that. And we were always quite a close family. And I really didn't have too awful much trouble with my children.
Okay. Uh, what things have made each of your children special to you?
Well, I think each one of them has their own personality.
What was Ella's personality?
Ella was always sweet and loving, and she was a very generous girl. And Norma Lee was a very nice girl. Of course, I guess I spoiled her a little bit because of her having polio, but I tried not to. And we made them both mind, and they they just grew up doing what they were supposed to, and then they were thrilled to death when they finally had a little baby brother when Norma Lee was 15, and but he was still a small boy when baby. He was just a little over a year and a half old when Ella got married, and then Norma Lee he was just 2 when Norma Lee got married. So I really had 2 families to raise.
Stop. Okay, you were going to tell me about some of the things that made Ella special to you.
Well, she was such a cute little thing, you know. She used to stand on one leg when she was little. And Fay Webb, that was Horace's cousin that married Rudy Valley. She was a wonderful piano player. She played the piano beautiful. And when I lived up on California, and Ella was just little, she used to come over all the time to visit me to see Ella. She thought Ella was the cutest little thing that ever was, because here she was this cute little blonde. And she used to not say too much. She used to kind of hold her hands up like little Linda did. And she'd just stand on one leg. And then when she went to school and was in I think it was the first or second grade, they was cutting out things that day in school. And when I'd sent her to school with a pretty little new sweater on and a little cute pleated skirt. When she come home, I looked at her and she looked kind of funny, but I didn't think much of it. And then when I started to take it off, I looked and she'd trimmed all bottom off of one sleeve and all the way around the neck. She trimmed it off. Oh, then I said, "What'd you do? Play with scissors today at school?" She nodded her head. Yes, she did. So I just took and whipped it up and sewed it like I would darn something and made her wear it anyway.
And you had also said something about the knife carving.
No, I had bought her and her sister, Normally, 2 little spoons. It was Mickey Mouse spoons. It had the Mickey Mouse on them. And so she proceeded to, on the back side of them, she used to proceeded to carve her initials, E. Webb, W, and NW in the handle. And then she carved it on the headboard of her bed. And I come in there and I asked her who did it. She said she didn't know anything about it. She swore up and down, and to the day she died, she swore she didn't know a thing about that carving on the headboard.
Okay. Uh, Tell me some of the values that you've tried to instill into your children.
Okay.
Did we do that one already? Okay. How about some of the special ways in which you've tried to show your love towards your children?
Well, I tried never to boss them too much, and they had a mind of their own, and I always told them that, and they knew right from wrong, and that's what they were supposed to do. But if they got into any trouble and did wrong, I wasn't going to get it out of it. They were going to pay for it, and that because they knew they weren't supposed to do it. But if anybody else was mean to them or did something to them that they shouldn't do, I certainly took their part. One time when Normally and Ella was still in high school, and Normally still had her arm in the cast from and up in the big airplane brace from polio. The neighbor down the street sicked her 3 kids on them, Richard and Normally, and I don't think Ella was with him. Normally was. And Richard come running into me and he said, Bertie, that woman down there made her kids come over. It's going to beat us up. And I went down the street and went to that woman's house and knocked on the door and she wouldn't come out. She said, I'm pregnant. I said, I don't care whether you are. I said, any woman that would send 3 children to beat up a poor child that has her arm in a brace and can't defend her own self, I said, I'll wipe sidewalk up with you if you ever come out here. And from that day until that woman died, I'd see her on the street. I'd just look right through her and never noticed that she was ever there. And it was 3 days later, the kids were playing with Normally as if they never had, their mother never got them to do such a mean thing.
Okay. How about what are the goals that you'd like to see your children achieve in their later?
Have the promises come true in their patriarch blessing. It told Leslie that there were special spirits for him and that he would, and in mine, it said that I would be surprised and proud of my children and that I would live to a ripe old age. And that's what I intend to do.
Did Ella ever have a patriarchal lesson?
Oh, yes, we all three of the girls, 2 girls, and I had it at the same time.
Okay, we'll get into that in just a few minutes. All right, now that you've been married, you've had your children, describe to me some of your close friends that you had after you were married.
Well, it was Doris. She was a friend of Horace's too, but I used to go over to her place and visit with them, and they used to come to our place about once a week, and we would have a little snack to eat, and maybe we'd play Penny Annie or something like that.
Do you remember Doris's last name?
I think you're leaving it.
Okay.
No.
All right. Did you have any other close friends?
No, we didn't have too awful many friends. There was a friend of Horace's that Art, his name was. I can't remember Art Anderson, I think it was. And we used to see him and his wife quite a bit. He finally got married, but we didn't have too many friends.
Okay. After you were married, you had your children, did you go on any types of trips or activities or?
Not until the girls was about, I would say maybe 10 and 12 years old. We used to go to Big Bear.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Allen camp up at Big Bear. We used to go there and stay over maybe Decoration Day or something like that in the summertime. And we did that for years.
Uh, how did you celebrate holidays?
Well, I used to make the girls a special dress for each occasion. When it was the 4th of July, I used to make them a pretty red and white dress. And for Easter, they would have another pretty dress. And then, of course, on Christmas, we celebrated with the family too. And then we'd always have a dinner. And then they we wore special clothes. And then at 4th of July, their grandfather and grandmother Webb used to bring them all kinds of fireworks, and we'd shoot the fireworks off, and then we'd watch the ones down at the ocean.
Huh?
But we always had family get-togethers.
What were each of your children's favorite things to do as a family, starting with Ella?
They used to just like to get together, and we liked to go to the beach quite a bit. We went.
Ella liked the beach?
Oh yes, she loved the beach,
Okay.
and we used to go to the beach quite a bit.
And what about normally?
Well, they used to. She used to too. She liked to go to the ocean, but not too much. She didn't care for the sand. But uh, I used to take my mother out in the summertime with Richard, my brother, because he was the same age as Ella. And we'd go to the beach sometimes, and then other times we'd go to other places. And one time we took our lunch and went over to Forest Lawn Cemetery because we wanted to go through the museum and see the Lord's Supper. And everybody thought it was so crazy that I took a picnic to the cemetery. And I asked them if they'd ever gone over to Forest Lawn and seen the beautiful statues and everything that they had there. Mm-hmm. And then at another time we'd go someplace else. We always went once a week. We went someplace special.
All right. How would you sum up your married life with Horace and your children in a few sentences?
Well, all in all, with pitfalls and everything, I would say we had quite a prosperous life, and it was a happy one. Because I asked the children one time what they thought of their father, and they said they thought they had a wonderful father. So I felt that if they thought that, then I shouldn't complain or think any different.
Okay. One thing that I failed to ask you, and let's go back a little ways, and that is in regards to your employment. You had mentioned that you'd worked in laundries and as a soda jerk, but in later life you also worked at some other companies, didn't you?
I worked at Hughes Aircraft.
Okay, what did you do there?
I was first when I first went there. The reason I went to work is because Leslie was just barely 5, and Horace had a very bad heart. So the doctor told me that he could drop dead any day, and I'd better, as long as I was still young enough, I better go to work. So I went to Douglas first, and I worked there, about 2 years. And I worked at the swing shift, and they wanted me to go on graveyard, and I told them I couldn't because I had a small child. So they laid me off, and they called me back again, but I told them I still couldn't go on graveyard. So then I went to work at Hughes, and I worked there 20 years. First, I went in as a masker, masking parts they painted. And then they needed a stenciler because the girl had quit, and I took her place as a stenciler. And then we moved to Culver City, or to over at the airport on Imperial Boulevard at El Segundo in '53, and I went into inspection. And I worked in the paint shop, inspecting the paint and the silk screening and the stenciling and all that. And then I went into inspecting the plating and the small parts assembly. And then the boss wanted me to go into circuitry. So then I went into circuitry and inspected circuitry until after I quit, until I quit.
Okay. Now, what did your husband do after he had left the storage business?
He went to work at Douglas Aircraft.
What did he do there?
He was assembly worker on sheet metal. And he worked there for up until 1936. And then he quit and went to North American because they started up their plant at Imperial Boulevard. And they paid just a few cents more. He started over at North American in 36 at 65 cents an hour.
Mm.
And he worked there 33 and a half years.
Right now,
Uh,
Horace passed away
and
when?
he passed away April 8th, 1970.
1970. And what did he die from?
He died of lung cancer.
Okay. And something that might be of interest, and that is apparently Horace had problems with his heart all of his life.
Yes, he had. Uh, he kept having trouble driving. When he'd drive, he'd have such terrible pain around his chest and everything. He'd have to stop the car, and we couldn't imagine what it was. So I made him go to Dr. Snow, and I told him to tell him everything, when it hurt him, how it hurt him, and every time it did hurt him. So he did, and Dr. Snow said he was fine. There was nothing wrong. So then he kept having it, this here terrible pain. So I told him to tell him every tiny little detail. So he did, and he told him that he had angina. So then, but he just
Which
gave
is
him,
what?
that's the muscles of the heart, and he had heart condition. So I said, well, what are you going to do? Just let him die? He said, well, he'd give him phenobarbital to keep him from being upset in that. So I hunted around and got in touch with a good heart doctor. And I took him to him, and he treated him and gave him high potency vitamins and everything. And he seemed to be getting along fine. And he told him, he said, if you do as I tell you to, he said, you'll outlive it and die of something else. So he did outlive it. I mean, he still bothered him, but when he started to get sick with, it was in 69. But he couldn't go up to, in 68, he couldn't go up to the Big Bear anymore at our home in Big Bear. And we couldn't figure out what it was. So we just thought it was his heart again. So we sold the home. And then in 69, I had a cold at Thanksgiving time. And when I got over it, he got one. But he never got over his. It just kept getting worse and worse. So then I made the doctor give him a thorough examination, test, and everything. And he told me it didn't look very good. And then we found out that he had cancer, lung cancer. But the doctor said that it was from stress, what he had, because he said, do you use nose sprays? And I said, no, we don't. He said, but he has oil all over his lungs. And I said, well, he works in oil. I said, he works in hydraulic oil and has to keep it hot all the time. And the fumes and steam off of that hydraulic oil is what caused the oil on his lungs. And that's what caused him to have lung cancer.
And then where is he buried?
He's buried at Woodlawn Cemetery in Santa Monica on 14th and Pico.
Okay. And after that time, you lived here in the Los Angeles area, right?
I lived near Culver City, there on Braddock Drive.
Right now, you remarried, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and what is the name of your second husband?
James Edward French.
Okay, and tell me the circumstances of how you met him.
Well, after Horace died, 6 months later, my sister Beverly lived up in Tahoe. Her husband died of a heart attack. And of course, she called for Genevieve, my younger sister, and I, and we went right up there, and we stayed about 10 days, didn't we, Genevieve? And then we had to come on home. So I told her that I'd come back after a while. So I used to go on up and see her all the time. And on and off, I'd go up and see her. So after I quit work in 71, I bought me a Winnebago, and belonged to a club in that. But I took the Winnebago up there and took her around. We went to different places with it. And then this time that I had gone up, I went up in, it was 74, and I had gone up in my Mustang. And when she met me, she said, we're going to she said, I'm invited to a singles party tonight at American Legion Hall. Would you like to go? And I said, sure. So we both gussied up and went to the American Legion Hall to this here party, and that's where I met Jim, at the American Legion.
Who introduced to whom?
They just introduced ourselves.
Okay, what was your first impression of him?
Oh, I thought he was a little different from other people. He was a little bald-headed man, but he was very pleasant. And so we got acquainted, and he started coming over every day. And we'd go for a ride, go out and get a bite to eat. So Beverly seen we was getting serious, so she called my brother up from down in Los Gatos and had him come up and look him over to see if he was fit to go with her sister. And
Did he
Bobby
give his
said,
approval?
yes, Bobby said, well, he looked like a nice fella. He said, he looked like a reasonable fella. So we got married, and he came on down with me to Santa Monica and to my home at Culver City. And he went to work for my son for a year. And
Where
then
was that at?
that was in 75. So in 76, we was going to take a trip. But before we took the trip, I foolishly sold my home in Culver City. And because when you rent your home, they just ruin it. And we was going to be gone about 6 months. So I'd sold it, and then I went up to Tahoe, and my brother was living there then too. And so I happened to find a mobile home up there. We bought a mobile home, and we've lived there ever since.
Okay. Uh, so how did you adjust being married after such a long time?
Well, at first it was all right. But the longer you're married to a man again, the kind of harder it gets. I think you compare all the time.
Mm, okay. You had it to do all over again, would you have remarried?
No, never. I advise people that I know never to get married to somebody else a second time.
No matter what the age?
If they're young, then that's okay. But when you're older, I think it's kind of foolish. You get lonesome, but you can get used to that.
Okay, let's move on to your adult years. Okay. Now, at your age right now, how old are you?
I'm 75, the 26th of August.
Okay. Who do you think you look most like right now?
I don't really know.
You feel you look like your mother or your father or
Well, my mother was dark, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Combination.
I think so too. I think I have some people think I look like my mother, and some people don't. But I think we have a resemblance of both of our parents.
what about your attitudes of life at your age right now? Who are they most like?
Well, I really don't know. I just think they're my own.
Okay. Is that good or bad?
Well, I think it's good. Like I said, I think if I had it to live over again, I'd do a lot different. But at the same time, if your foresight was as good as your hindsight, you'd be a lot better off.
Okay. All right. Physical problems. Have you had to overcome any during your adult years?
Oh yes, I have. I've had quite a bit of illness, but with the shape I'm in, I feel wonderful.
Okay. What are some of the serious problems that you've had to come over?
Oh, I've had operations, several operations, and I've uh, seemed to get over them. And I've had high blood pressure for a good many years, but I've got over that. And I have hearing trouble now, but as long as I live up in the mountains, I'll still have it. I have to come down into sea level before it gets over with.
Okay. If you had to analyze your philosophy for handling problems in life, what would it be?
I don't think I'm capable of advising anybody to do, because I think I made kind of a mess of my life.
Okay. So you keep your opinions to yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Some of the things that you feel are your strong points in your personality.
Well, I was always heavy, but the last couple of years I've lost weight. But my weight never bothered me because my mother always told us to keep ourselves always tidy and nice and to do the best we could with what we had. So I've never been sloppy or anything like that. And I just try to do the best I can with myself.
Okay. What are some of the things that you have felt were your weaknesses in your life?
Let people run over me.
What ways?
Well, to do things their way instead of using my own judgment.
Okay. What do you feel is some of your successful points?
Well, I think I've accomplished a lot by raising 3 children that have that I've had 12 grandchildren, and now I'm going to have my 23rd great grandchild. I think I've done a lot for posterity.
Okay. In personality, who do you compare yourself to be most like?
I think I'm a little more like my father.
In what ways?
Uh, well, just that my mother was a very nice woman, wonderful woman, but and she was a lot of fun and outgoing and everything. But I think I kind of do more like my father did in some ways, and in other ways, I just don't know who I took after.
What are some of the traits that you'd like to see your children emulate?
Well, I think you should use your own judgment in what you do. I've never tried to tell my children what to do or what not to do. When they ask my advice, I give it.
Right, but you also probably have something inside of you that you haven't told them that you'd like to, you'd wish that they would be like or do.
No, I never have.
No?
No, I never have.
Okay. Uh, some of the difficult choices that you've had to make in your lifetime which have affected your entire future, what were they?
Well, I think to get married the second time, that's the biggest one I've ever had.
Did you have to think about that a long time?
Well, I did. Well, I didn't think about it a long time. I thought about it several days.
Any other choices that were difficult for you?
Well, no, not really.
Okay. Were
Kind
there
of one on impulse.
were there any significant turning points in your life? And if so, what were they?
Well, I think when Horace died, you have to decide then what you're going to do and how you're going to carry on. And at the time, I think I did the best I could.
Did you go on your own opinions or did you listen to other people?
Well, if there was somebody had advice, I listened, but I think I went on my own.
You feel you made the right choice?
Yes,
Uh, do you have any special, uh, what has been one of your greatest desires during your lifetime? Either that you have done or that you haven't done.
well, I think it was to have children.
You feel like you've accomplished that desire?
Yes, I do. Then I waited so many years for a son. I wanted a son so bad. I thought it was very important to have a son, and I've accomplished that.
What do you regret having not done in your lifetime?
And a better person.
What type of better person?
Well, I think I could have been a little more spiritual and tried to do more with my church business.
Does that seem more important now than it did 20 years ago?
Well, I think the older you get, the more you learn. And I think lots of times that's why it feels more important. Because when you're younger, you kind of let things take its own course.
Some of the things that you're glad you were able to do.
Well, I'm glad I was able to travel.
Where have you been?
I've been all over the United States and Canada, and I went to Hawaii, and then and then I could see my mother a lot before she died, and that I've been close to my sisters that I love so, and my brother, and I try to do the best I can and not hurt other people's feelings.
Brings up a question. Out of all the places you've traveled, what's the most beautiful?
Well, in buildings, things, I think the outside of the Salt Lake Temple is from the time I was a little child is just kind of magnetized me. But I like the big island of Hawaii. That's gorgeous. And then going to the temple at Hawaii, I went around the temple and the visiting center. Beverly and I did when we was in Hawaii.
Okay. All right, here's a couple of quick questions for you. Do you have any superstitions?
Not really.
Number 13 doesn't bother you, or
No.
walking under a ladder? No?
I just sprayed it and fell on my head. That's all.
What's your favorite food?
Ice cream.
How about actual dinner meals? Ice cream's a dessert.
Well, I like turkey. I like a Thanksgiving dinner.
Okay. The food you like least?
Broccoli. Can't stand it.
No, please.
Right. What about your reading tastes? What have they leaned towards?
Well, besides the church books, I lead toward these here Harlequin books that they put out. But I think it's kind of a therapy for a person. And that's why I go to those. But I can only read so much. If I do sewing, then I can only do so much of one or the other.
My favorite form of rest and relaxation is to
Sit in front of the boob tube.
the television.
Yes.
Okay. I love to.
Well, I love to drive. I love to go places and drive.
I hate to.
I don't appreciate going out on Lake Tahoe at all anymore. I'm sick and tired of it.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, let's talk about. You mentioned a few things about religion. Let's talk about that for a moment. Uh, where did you attend church when you were young?
I attended it in Ogden, Utah,
In what church?
Mormon church.
Okay.
I was born and raised in the church.
And what ward did you go to?
The 7th ward was the first ward I ever went to.
Okay.
And then we went to the 23rd Street ward. And then we went to Liberty ward. And then we went to the 5th ward.
Where was that?
Was it 5th or 25th?
In 25th out there in Monroe.
It was no, it was the 5th Street. It was on 26th and Madison. And then we went to the 29th ward on down on 30th and Jefferson. And then we went up to moved to Santa Monica and went to Santa Monica ward.
So, okay. Uh, do you remember any of the special programs or lessons that you had in church that still stand out in your mind today?
Well, I remember the story of Christ and his small when he was a little boy and how he preached in the temple when he and his mother and father couldn't find him. They found him in the temple.
What's your favorite Bible story?
Ruth,
Why is
story of Ruth in the Bible.
Did you ever have any early faith promoting experiences?
No, not really.
Okay. Did your mother and father, what did your mother and father feel about the Mormon Church?
Well, they both loved it just like we did. Because my father, he was baptized a month after I was, and everybody thought he was a Mormon because he worked and built the churches and worked on everything and helped with everything. And then he went up to Liberty and worked all around, and they all thought he was a Mormon, but and I didn't really know he wasn't until he got baptized.
Did he follow all the principles of the church pretty strongly?
All except smoking.
Except smoking.
Mm-hmm.
And you had mentioned something about tithing too.
Well, he couldn't. He just couldn't. We had a big family, and he just couldn't bring himself to pay the tithing.
And he smoked also?
Yes, he smoked. He smoked from the time he was real young because he had uh, sinus trouble, terrible, and it had ate his palate away.
Why did he decide to join the church?
Because he liked it. He liked the people, and he liked the principles of the church.
Uh, where were you baptized?
I was baptized in the 23rd Street Ward.
Do you remember that day?
Oh, yes. It was cold.
Was the water cold?
Yes, it was. And there was quite a few of them baptized the same day I was.
Now, you'd also said something about one of your brothers or sisters who were baptized in the Weber River.
No, that was my
Mama.
that was my mother.
Okay, what was that?
When she was a little girl, she was baptized in the Weaver River.
8 years old.
8 years old, like the rest of us.
And was that during the winter time or during the summer?
I think it was during the
Must have been during the
fall, wasn't it?
Nope, it's their birthday's in December. It must have been in
Early
yeah.
spring.
Okay. Uh, tell me what your feelings are about God. How do you see him or you don't see him?
Well, I think that God is a just God, and He will naturally judge you by what you do. But I think He's just, and that He will make things right if you've tried your best to overcome your, the things in life that weren't so good for you. And I think that He's just, and He will make things right.
Do you believe in miracles?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever had an experience with one?
No, but I've sure had answers to prayers.
Look at Jimmy.
Yeah.
Uh, if you ever stopped going to church, what was the reason?
Because my present husband would be off on weekends. He's working. He don't believe in religion, and he'd want to go someplace on Saturdays and Sundays.
Have you ever been given a blessing that's
Oh, yeah.
healed you?
Oh, yes, many.
Do you remember any in particular that you could
Yes.
relate to us?
Yes, I do. One time I went to had to go to the hospital because I was having an awful lot of trouble, and the doctor was going to give me all kinds of tests the next day to see what was wrong. He was a little afraid it might have been cancer, but and I couldn't get hold of the elders that day. So that night after Horace had left the hospital, there was two young missionaries come to the door of my room, and they said, Sister Webb, and I said, yes. they said, would you like the Mormon elders to administer to you? I said, I certainly would. And they came in and administered to me, and they visited for a few minutes, and then they left. And the next day, the doctor found nothing wrong with me but an ulcer and that I had a hiatus hernia.
Were there any other situations?
Well, yes, every time I've been operated on, which has been quite a few times, I've had the elders administer to me.
You ever give a talk in church?
Yes, I have. It's scared to death.
Why was that?
Well, because I'd never been up in a big on the at the rostrum before, and it was a relief society, and I got up there and I just felt like they was all coming right at me, and I'm always afraid that I'm going to talk too loud. But everybody said I did fine.
How old were you when you gave that talk?
Oh, I was a person about, I guess I was in my 30s,
Okay, and what ward was that at?
the Mar Vista Ward.
Okay. Remember what you talked on?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And then one time when the prayers were answered is when when Horace was sick and so terribly ill before he died, and the elders from the church had come and ministered to him and come to see him every day, but they come and told him, they said, Brother Webb, we won't promise that you will be well, but we will promise you we won't have any pain, which he didn't.
Okay. What are some of your favorite hymns that you've sung in church?
I love Oh My Father, and I love Someday We'll Understand.
Your parents, did they teach you any special church teachings that you used during your life?
Just to be good. And then they bought us a book when we was little, my older sister and I, that was the Bible stories. And then they kept it in the family. And then later on in life, they give it to Genevieve. And it's words and then pictures, words and pictures that tell you the story of the Bible.
What are some of the experiences that you've enjoyed most in the church?
Well, I certainly enjoyed being able to teach a class in the Relief Society. I taught the culture refinement class in the Westdale ward. And then now I've been given a class. I'm head of the homemaking department in the South Lake Tahoe ward, and I have 4 ladies under me. And I see that they have their lessons for each month and attend. And sometimes when one of them can't give a lesson, then show the ladies how to do something, crochet or knit or tat or something, I fall in and do that for them.
Who are some of the spiritual leaders that you respect in the world? And they don't necessarily have to be from your own faith.
Well, I don't know anybody otherwise, but I did respect our president, Roosevelt. I thought he helped the people wonderfully during the
Which
war.
Roosevelt was that?
Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And I loved President David O. McKay, that was head of the church. I thought he was such a wonderful man. And I just bought a book of his the other day. And I love to hear President Grant speak. I used to go to the Inglewood ward all the time and take Ellen and Armory over there.
It's broke down here when we was little.
Do you have any special passage in the Bible that you remember and like?
No, but I think the passage that Jesus told little children to come unto him, such was the kingdom of heaven.
Uh,
And I went to the temple bookstore the other day. I went to get some garments up to the temple, and we went over to the book store, and there was a book in there I wanted to get Harmony, but I didn't know whether her sister would approve of it or not. It tells the spirits that have left this world before the age of accountability are angels of God.
Mhm. Let me ask a couple more questions. Since you've been to the temple, what's your impression of the temple?
Well, I think it's a wonderful experience to go through. And of course, we're told that we're sealed for time and eternity. And that if we follow the teachings of the church and obey the commandments, we'll meet our families in the beyond when we cross the veil. And I think that when you're in the temple, you do have a spiritual feeling.
I'm going to give you the opportunity now. What would you say about the church, God, religion in general?
Well, for myself, I would be terrified to deny God. I would afraid he'd strike me dead. And I think people that don't believe that there is a God that made all this earth for us sinners to dwell in, I think it's terrible that people don't believe that.
Uh, let's talk about some memory joggers, I call them. Just some quick little things, and give me your opinion of these. Uh, have you ever had experiences with any shortages of food during your lifetime?
I certainly have. During the First Depression, when Ella was just a little girl, about 2.5, 3 years old, her dad was out of work, and I wasn't working because I was, well, when she was, it was when I was pregnant too. Well, we just didn't have nothing. We didn't have any money or anything. And many a time we used to eat nothing but a bowl. I'd go down and get a can of navy bean soup, and we'd eat navy bean soup and some bread. And it got so bad that that's how come we decided to. My mother and father said they would take me in and the children, and Horace went home to live with his mother and father.
Hmm. Okay, well, what about inventions and innovations during your lifetime? Now, when was the first time you ever seen an airplane?
When I was a little girl, before we came from Utah, there was an airplane that I don't know how it was going to get to a place to land or not, but it come down real low, just about right through the block from us. It wasn't even a block away, and it come way down in the trees and just went up that way. And that's the first time I'd ever seen an airplane.
What did you think of that?
Well, everybody just come out and looked, and they marveled at it.
Hmm. Uh, tell me about refrigerators. You have an interesting story
Oh
about
well,
that.
when I was a little girl, I must have been about maybe 4.5, I guess, because it was after Adeline had died, and my father was quite a one to make things and do things, and he invented the iceless refrigerator. There was I don't know whether it worked electrical or what it did, but there was little cups that would go around, circle around in the back of the refrigerator against the burlap, and that there was in between it, and the water would like the ice or like the gas refrigerators nowadays, where they feed the water into it, and that's what cools the gas refrigerator. It would cool it, and this here would go up and around, something like a water wheel. and it would keep the food cool in the refrigerator shelves. And him and another man that was helping him finance it went back to Fleeman to get the patent on it. And he was gone, maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And when he came back, they was going to start manufacturing that. And this here other fellow cheated him out of it and stole the invention and everything.
Hmm.
But we have shares in what they call the iceless refrigerator. Our family does.
When was the first time you ever seen a TV?
In about 48. My neighbor had one.
What'd you think of a TV?
Well, it was just a little thing. It was about 6 inches square.
Mm-hmm.
And I went over to her house and looked at all these here pictures. I was quite exciting. And then in 50, I bought one myself. We bought a big one.
What were some of the other inventions that really impressed you?
Electric lights. When I was a little girl, we used to, up on the farm, we used coal oil lamps. That's what all we had for light. And then, of course, they were invented many years before then, but lots of people didn't have the wiring hooked up to them. And then we did get a telephone up in Liberty, too. And the old telephones that we had in Ogden was the kind that you wind up. The operator gets you the number. And I think to me, the most marvelous invention, I still wonder how the telephone, you get messages on the telephone part. And I can't understand how an airplane stays in the air. It's so heavy.
Mm-hmm. Who's the most important person you've ever met in your life?
I think my mother and father.
Right. And personality-wise, famous people-wise, have you ever met any famous people?
No, I really never have.
Okay. Regrets?
Oh, I regret that I didn't really make something in my life. And I do regret that I married a second time.
One of the most important days in my life.
For a day that would really do some good in life is when I went to the temple and had some of my children and my husband sealed to me.
What personal trait do you admire most in yourself?
Well, I try to be honest.
Okay. Your greatest joy,
Having my children.
greatest sorrow.
I think when my parents died.
A secret for living a successful life.
Well, I think you just do the best you can.
When did you ride in the first airplane?
Oh, I did it Culver City, little air uh, place over on Jefferson and Sepulveda Boulevard. There used to be an airport. Culver City had it, and Horace knew the fellow that run the school, and he took me up in a little Cessna, and we flew around and down around the racetrack on Washington Boulevard and Lincoln.
What did you think of that first airplane ride?
Well, I was a little scared, but it was kind of marvelous to think he was up in the air, and I couldn't understand what held it up.
What changes have you seen in your hometown throughout the years?
Oh, one change after another. When we first came here to Santa Monica, it was more really on the order of a country town in a small city, you know. And then everything's just grown up so big, it's a big town now.
Now, hadn't your father told you a little bit about what the city looked like, Santa Monica, when he first came
Well,
here?
yes, years ago in, what was it, Genevieve, in 1902, I think, or one, him and his cousin had joined the Merchant Marines, and they were taking a boatload of, on a boat that was taking a load of horses over to the Philippines. And they, Santa Monica, down at Santa Monica Canyon, there used to be a pier out there that had a railroad on it. It was called Longmore. And the boats pulled in there to get supplies and that. And the train come right down to the wharf. So him and his cousin took a ride into Santa Monica and into Los Angeles. And it was just kind of a small village at that time. And he told his cousin that someday he'd like to live in Santa Monica.
And since then, it's changed.
Oh, it's changed tremendous.
Okay. Tell me about some of the world events and how they've affected you.
Well, I've seen an awful lot go on in this world that kind of scares me to look back. When I was just a small, very small child, World War I started. And then before you knew it, there was World War II started. And then I seen the Korean War and I've seen the Vietnam War. And it's kind of startling that so much could happen in those 75 years.
Let me ask you about some of these world events. Do you remember the Hindenburg?
Yes, I do.
What happened that day? Where were you at?
I was in Santa Monica home.
How did you hear about that? And was
I
it as
think we
big
heard
as
about it on radio.
was it as big a news as
Yes, it was quite big news, and then they showed it in all the newsreels in the theaters.
what about the Lindenberg kidnapping?
Yes, I remember that vividly. It was in the papers and all. They had such a write-up about it and everything.
What do you think happened?
Well, I don't really think that man did it.
What do you think happened?
I think someone else must have done it, but I really don't think that man did.
Where
I
were
never did.
where were you on D-Day?
We was down at the Ocean Park Pier. Leslie, we took Leslie down there, and we had our pictures taken together back of bars in the little studio where they took pictures down on the pier. And I held Leslie in my arms, and then Horace held him in his arms, and then we both held him together.
Had you heard about it at the pier, or did you read about it in the paper?
I think we heard it home on the radio. And that's why we went down to the pier.
Oh, okay. What were your impressions when you had heard that they dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima?
I think they needed it.
Did you?
Too bad they didn't drop it a little sooner.
Okay. I agree. The most teaching moment of your life was when? When do you feel that you learned something? That moment in your life when someone told you something, you said, boy, I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
Well, I think it was when I first realized and heard about Joseph Smith
Who told you that?
in Sunday school.
Sunday school.
And I think it takes a lot of faith and a lot of earnest thinking, and I think it's an awful lot for a child to grasp, something like that.
Tell me what you felt about yourself when you were a teenager. How'd you feel about yourself?
Oh, I like myself.
How about when you were an adult?
Sometimes I liked myself and sometimes I didn't.
And now?
Well, I think I've accomplished quite a bit and I kind of like myself.
What was your most frightening experience?
You want to truly know?
Sure.
When my first child was born.
And was that more out of ignorance?
Yes.
Uh, People who have made a lasting impression on you.
Stop and think about that. I think it was when they declared World War II when Roosevelt spoke over the radio to all of us.
That brings up a question. Where were you when they bombed Pearl Harbor?
I don't know where I was when they bombed Pearl Harbor.
Sunday morning.
It was early Sunday morning. I think no, we hadn't gone to church yet.
No.
I was home and I recorded it. And I lost that record.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, a humorous moment in your life.
Oh, when we used to go to the picture shows and see all kind of scary movies and that. When Demi and I was just little kids, and my mother had let us get on the streetcar at 6 years of age and come into town and go to the movies, see all those uh, 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 master key pictures and everything, where they'd run back and forth through the doors that open up in the walls and everything like that. It's Perils of Furling and all those things.
Tell me about some of your moments of frustration.
Well, when my mother was ill, and then when I heard my father died, that was devastating.
I get excited when.
And I'm coming down to see my family.
What did you remember best about radio?
I remembered that we heard uh, all the news, and it seemed like it was right happening right there in your house when you hear the news.
What was your favorite program?
We used to watch the Green Hornet and all those kind of things. Listen to it.
Was that your favorite, Green Hornet?
No, I don't remember which was that. I love to hear any of the little. I think Fibber McGee and Molly was very good, and so was those colored men. What were they?
Andy and Hornet?
Andy and that. I think that was very good.
Some of the presidents that you've lived under.
Well, the first one I can really remember was that in seemed to me like was in 30 when Papa first took me down to register, but I can't remember his name.
Well, there was Hardy, Wilson,
Well, I remember
Coolidge,
seeing Wilson, but I was a little girl
Hoover.
in Ogden then. But the first ones I remember was about in 1930. And I don't, myself right now, I don't recall the.
You remember any of the hot political issues that were going on during your lifetime that have impressed you? Not world wars, but political issues back in the 20s, 30s, 40s.
No, I really don't, except how much Roosevelt helped the people that was so cold. They were poor and hungry and everything, and they made those marches on Washington and everything. The poor people. But
What are some of the great social evils and problems faced by our nation?
Well, I think dope is one of the biggest ones, and then Russia is another one. And then I think the scandals that go on about the people that govern us, I think that's a terrible issue too.
What's your feelings towards our country and the government?
Well, to tell the truth, I don't think some of the people in the government do very good. But I always remember what they tell us in the Doctrine and Covenants, and that this land was a chosen land for us, and that as long as we do what is right, that we'll never be ruled by kings or dictators.
What was what were some of the greatest changes in lifestyles that you remember during your lifetime? Like say like going from an ice box to a refrigerator or household gadgetries.
Well, I think it was the gas stove from that, from the coal stoves to the gas stoves, and then I think one of the greatest ones too was the radios, because you could hear the news right then, and you didn't have to the little newsboys didn't have to rush it all over town and holler extra, 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 and sell you newspapers. That's what they did years ago when we was real little. When I was young and we had moved up in Liberty, Utah, that winter that my brother got the flu from the man sitting on the train with him. All of us there, Mama had five in bed, and just her and the baby and the dog was the only ones that could help out because people were afraid to come to your door. And our water pipes all froze. So Mama had to take the dog at night and the sleigh and bring tubs and buckets of water 2 blocks away up the street from the neighbor's house. He let her come and get water at his place so that we would have water until the spring came and we was able to get it fixed.
Were there any other lifestyles that have been changed in your lifetime that have impressed you?
No, because I remember when we lived in certain houses, we had electricity and telephones and things like that. But I remember when we got our first TV was before Norma Lee was born. Uncle Bob, Mama's brother, that lived in Los Angeles, he brought us down a radio that he had, and we had a radio.
Okay. How old were you when the stock market crashed?
Yeah, it was here.
Hey, do you remember anything about the crash of the stock market?
Well, I remember lots of people lost their homes and destitute.
Was it that devastating?
Oh, it
where
was terrible.
just overnight everyone was
Yeah,
broke?
it was terrible. Lots of people.
And did it affect your father in any way?
I don't remember, but it did because it affected
Work.
their work and everything.
But he was still able to continue working.
Well, he did some work, yes. And that's what led to the terrible depression.
And what was that like, living in a depression?
It's horrible.
Did you have a car at that time, or did you have to walk, or?
We did have a little Ford, and but you could only afford one of them, and the buses run. But wherever you wanted to go, mostly you walked.
Right. Tell me about some of the legends or tall tales that you've been told in your lifetime.
Well, I was told about my grandfather, great grandfather over in England.
Who was that?
I guess that would be Charles Empey, wouldn't it?
Samuel Impey?
No, I guess it was Charles. He was taking his things to market, and So it wouldn't be too late when he come home. He come on this here shortcut road that they thought there was a shortcut. And when he got right near this here big house and everything, the wheel come off of his wagon. And he didn't know what to do. He looked around to see if he could find something to help him and everything. And all of a sudden, this huge giant man, giant, appeared. Wanted to know, in a loud, strong voice, wanted to know what he was doing on that road. And he told him that his wheel had come off of his wagon. And he said, I can't find anything to fix it. So he said, I'll help you. And he come over and he lifted up the wagon and told him to hurry up and get that wheel on. And then he told him never to come that way again.
Any other stories?
No, not on myself. I don't remember anything that happened like that.
Good.
Bevan and I saw the
Yeah,
devil.
Beverly,
Yeah,
we did.
I know that one. How would you like to be remembered?
Of a kindly person.
Anything else?
Well, that I loved my children and my grandchildren and my sisters and brothers.
What requests do you have for your funeral?
I don't want an elaborate funeral because I'm not leaving that much money for it. I didn't live high on the hog when I was living, and I don't want to be buried high on the hog. And I would like someday we'll understand, sang at my funeral, and some good person to give my eulogy. But I want to be buried. I don't want to be cremated
Where would you like to be buried?
in the woodlawn where I have the plot.
Any particular place you'd like to have a funeral?
One of the churches.
And what are your desires for your descendants?
That they could live a happy, prosperous life.
What do you believe your mission on earth was?
Well, I believe it was to bring souls to this earth and to do the best you could with your life and to try and be kind to other people.
If you could leave a message, what would you most likely like to leave to the future generations?
I would like to tell them to be honest, tell the truth, and try not to hurt anybody. Treat other people as you would treat yourself, as you'd like them to treat you.
What do you feel was your greatest accomplishment other than rearing your family?
I think to love one another.